nothing. Only warm primordial blackness. You never ever, baby. An inordinate amount of time passes. It is utterly void of struggle. No ex-wives are contained within it. Yes, it is. You got it, sweet brother. Nothing upon nothing upon. I know you do, baby. Coming right up, sir. Smooth passage. Alright, nothing down to fuck all borough. Do you want me to upgrade that to a one-way trip? The Song of Death is like a fly to the ointment. Your conscience sticks to it.
The stench of liquor rises from your mouth, and with it, an ungodly headache. A fiery streak penetrates your skull.
Somehow, you know what it is. This fan has two chamber switches. One ends in a tiny fan, the other in a light bulb. A truly horrific necktie has somehow attached itself to one of the blades. The blades come squeaking to a halt. It should be easier to reach the tie now. The switch must be broken because nothing happens. The air in the room is starting to feel like vaporized urine. This fan has two chamber switches. One ends in a tiny fan. You swoop up and catch the tie. Snap! It's released from the blade. What you have in your hand is a truly hideous necktie with 4 or 5 different patterns. The knot reminds you of a noose. The switch must be broken because nothing happens. The switch must be broken. A terrible mistake. Turn on your eyes burn with photosensitivity. It's
What
You hear a jingle. Keys are clinking in the pocket of your flare-cut pants. It says, whirling in rags, on the aluminium keyring. There is a single key on the ring. The number 1 is etched on it. It should open the door. The whirling in rag.
Hello, officer.
The young woman raises a cigarette to it. Her eyes are brown and her face is speckled with birthmarks. She can't be more than 28. You should totally sing karaoke here, the first chance you get. Your emotions need to be expressed. People need to know your vast oceanic soul. Utterly. And it needs through a PA system by other people. Stands behind the counter. Everything is cool between you and this guy. He's a big fan. Make some small talk. A competent word. Looks like the bird was ripped off the... This is the great skua. The seabird is the symbol for the small steel tag says as much. The great skua. Stay glorious skua.
Look, your buddy is over there. Why don't you go and talk to him, okay?
He pretends not to hear you. Concentrate.
No, I'm not the bartender.
He's very animated all of a sudden.
I have 3 cafeterias to manage.
Hello, sweetie. You shouldn't keep your colleague waiting.
A bespectacled man in an orange bomber jacket is tapping his foot as you approach. He narrows his eyes and extends his hand. On the sleeve of his bomber jacket, as well as on its back, are the same enigmatic white rectangles as on your blazer.
Hello, I'm Kim Kitsuragi, Lieutenant, Precinct 57.
You realize he's waiting for your name.
Okay then. It looks like we have...
What he means is, he has been trying to meet up with you for 2 days, but you have been otherwise occupied.
If you don't mind, we should talk to him again. Ask him for a rundown of the area. It also wouldn't hurt to assure him the police are finally here. In full force, I mean. Have you mapped out the initial interviews? Yes, of course. At the 57th, we like to prepare an initial list of persons of interest, and then just skim the surface, prepare the field, get to know the players. You don't do that? Maybe it's not an inter-district. Okay, we'll have time for that. Have you removed the dead body from the tree? So, the body is where it has been hanging for 7 days straight. We should go there as soon as we are done talking to the owner. After you, officer.
If you're about to embark on an investigation, shouldn't you have a badge?
You mean you don't have a badge? Losing your identification card is a serious matter. My vehicle has a shortwave.
Lieutenant Kitsuragi is now in your party. You can talk to him whenever by interacting with him.
The man with the unimpressive beard notices you approaching.
Mr. Gart, right?
Yes.
I am Kim Kitsuragi from Precinct 57. This is an inter-district investigation, so joining me from Precinct 41... Right. Now, I know it took us a while to...
No, I only just got here. It was probably Sylvie who called you. She usually...
Do you have her number?
As a matter of fact, I do.
This sounds like something you can use.
You said you just got here. From where? Are you...
What, of Martinez? No. I live in Janmark.
But you still know your way around, yes?
Yes, I know where some things are, but as I said, I don't live here. I just used to work here.
I didn't imply that.
He probably means this is where you step in and ask your questions. His face expresses profound doubt. Ask him about the body's location before asking if he killed him. People give up information in the more innocuous questions, which you can later use in the more sinister ones, not vice versa.
Behind this building, there's a courtyard. They hoisted him up on a tree there. That's easy. See that door there? First you exit through that. Then to your right, you should see a big hole in the fence. A really big one. You can get to the courtyard through there.
This man means the heavy cavalry of the innocents Franco Negro, sweeping over the plains and nations of the enemies of mankind, 5th century style. unified currency and the concept of cool.
She went away because none of your business.
Have they not been telling you you're a cop?
Extra fine. I don't know who killed him.
This is it. He said they hoisted him up.
What are you, crazy? Of course I didn't kill him. People are saying it was the union dock workers, that it was a lynching. The locals, the customers, the people who eat here, a lot of dock...
Did the debarders themselves tell her deed?
I don't really know. You'll have to ask her. I would suppose it's because they have...
You mean the strike?
Yes, the strike. The man they hanged was a security guard for the harbour company, I hear. A mercenary. The unionistas probably thought they'd send a message.
The lieutenant turns the page in the little notebook he's been scribbling in.
She went away because none of you...
Have they not been telling you you're a cop?
Extra fine.
Let's go.
Not so fast. You owe me 130 real. Oh, excuse me. You owe me 130.
The IIR, or Inter-Isolary Real, is the global reserve currency, whatever part of the world you're in right now.
Wow, you're a genius. Yes, that's right. Money. You owe this establishment 100 and... What are you, a philosopher? Money is what grown-up people use to pay for things. Things like this hostel room, or 8 bottles of potent blend, and 9 packs of Royal Act. Yes, it is. No, you see, that's 40 cents. Cents are a form of currency 100 times smaller than the real. I'm not even going to take this. Come.
The cafeteria, isn't it? Even the order of magnitude between what is asked of a person and what they have.
It does, doesn't it?
There's a shuffle of nylon as Lieutenant Kitsuragi looks for something in the pockets of his orange bomb.
I'm sorry, but he has to pay. I can't let him stay here any longer if he doesn't.
Officer, maybe you're better off working this from home for now. You live in Jamrock, right? It's not that far away.
You mean somewhere else to run up a huge debt? I don't think so. The union squeezed most places out of business to fund the strike. You're better off home.
Officer, you really need to take this up with your station. I have a shortwave radio in mind.
Good luck.
By the way, where is home? The address is coming up blank, and this...
Yes?
No response. He's having trouble processing it, believing it even. A moment passes.
What do you want to know? I'm afraid you and I are pawns in a pit you don't know. I assumed you were in on it. That's good. It's just stupidity. We shouldn't waste any more time on it. If you want my take, ask me later. Was there anything else you wanted to know about the case? No, it's not a particularly mysterious case. The deceased is a security guard for a corporation involved in a labor dispute. It doesn't take a DeLorean polymath to put the pieces together. I just don't see the case getting more mysterious than that. Then you're in luck, because we are in the midst of a major strike by the dock workers union.
Is this a strike then?
I expect the case itself to be less challenging than navigating this strike, coup, revolution.
You feel something. rising through you, a familiar feeling, an opinion taking form.
When I said we have to navigate community matter.
From an imaginary fact.
Now, was there anything else you wanted to know about the case? Good.
The theme on that pinball machine is a standard royalist theme. A colourful piece of plastic is dangling from his carabiner on the counter, rolled out of his open hand. You see a blister pack of headache medicine. The man does not mind.
You've just picked up some magnesium. This item is stored in the bottom left corner of the screen above your character portrait. Use magnesium to heal your morale if you have morale damage.
It's a dock worker's ID, doubling as a shift card and a job permit. A young, able... It's a dock worker's ID, doubling as a shift card and a job permit. You gently shake his shoulder, but nothing happens.
Yes?
The fan stands still. The switch must be broken because nothing happens. The air in the room is the lights are off again. The bed is cold and not particularly.
The option to go to sleep becomes available
Kim also tries not to look at the pile of tape viscera on the carpet. The man is finding it hard not to trip on the tape and not to send any of the bottles rolling across the floor. He takes a step toward the door. A mirror hangs above a bent and broken sink. Hot water sprays from the base. Suddenly, you realize you have no memory of the face that awaits you there. As you slowly abort, you clearly have not thought this through. You won't like what you see there, and you will never unbecome. Yeah, there is definitely something wrong with it. Where to even begin? There is the bloatedness, then the swollenness. It's like this. Behold, you have no idea who this thing is, do you? Too late. You clearly have rigor mortis on your face. Oh wait, is that? Please stop. It's horrible. Oh my God. What does it even mean? What is the emotion you're trying to convey? You are correct.
Hello, sweetie.
Wait, who's Sweetie?
You're a handsome man, officer, with your mustache and your... But dear, you're not for me. I'm too old and you must forgive me. I'm Lena. My husband Morella.
This Lena is wacky enough for the motley crew. Hire her on the spot.
Oh, sweetie, I heard your conversation with the manager about your financial troubles. When do you get your next paycheck? Oh, no, I'm so sorry I don't have money for you. If there's anything else I can do for you, just, of course, Dee.
Yes? Me? I don't see how my life is pertinent to the investigation. That's a fair point. All right, for the good of the investigation, what do you want to know? What do you mean? I have no idea.
The lieutenant's conceptualization skills must be rather rudimentary.
What? Think?
The lieutenant, but we all have our different mediums. His is written.
That's because I'm half select, or quarter. My fat, it's a part of the world, officer.
Sale is a protectionist, isolationist, pan-east.
I can see you're disappointed.
A point of pride to him.
That's correct.
You feel a slight urge to put the lieutenant down for this.
I guess you don't need glasses, then. Good. Let's change the subject.
Lists all the companies in the East Delta Commerce Center. This button looks new, but someone has removed.
This button looks new. It's probably not connected yet.
An off-key melody starts playing after you ring.
Kuno, please stop calling here. Grown-ups don't have time for your stupid game. No, I'm sorry, officer. I thought you were... But the doorbell is broken, and the bookstore shouldn't even be on the list anymore.
A single beep indicates you ring the doorbell. What an ominous name. All you hear is static, but no one answers. You ring the doorbell, but you wait for a minute or two. Looks like someone has melted. Looks like someone has melted. You hear static from the intercom speaker. You can almost hear them breathe.
Yes, hello. This is Tricentennial Electric.
She sounds almost antique. Wait, but what happened to Slipstream SCA? There's no Tricentennial Electrics on the list. The lieutenant exchanges a look with you.
It's you.
She must be mistaking you for someone else. Who cares that you don't remember her? Just go along with it.
Michelle, just please. Why did you leave me home? I don't understand. You've been gone for months.
A spot of static overrides her words.
It's so nice to be able to silence again.
She sounds like she's about to cry. She doesn't answer. Silence. The only thing you can hear now is static and waves washing ashore on the bay. You press the number sign on the keypad and you hear the same waiting room music, but no one picks up the receiver anymore. Silence. No one's home at Fortress. Silence. No one's home at Fortress Accident. Silence. No one answers your call. Nothing happens after you ring the doorbell. They don't. Silence. No one answers you. This button looks...
This button looks new. It's probably not connected yet.
A simple little cadence. He seems to be making it up as he goes.
From another planet.
Hey there. It's the jam, my man.
The air from the east is thick.
It's a traffic jam for the... Meanwhile, we're all stuck here in long-haul limbo. For days. Feels like forever. Like our...
Mazout is an antiquated term for heavy fuel oils. This man has a barely suppressed performance.
Yeah, imagine. It's been a whole... So tell me, what do you need? It's like, whatever's going on over at the docks. Workers got...
Going on strike would probably help you dodge a bullet or two.
Some pretty wild stuff, I hear. Like a giant new power crane and half the... I've heard talk there's a company rep in town, too. Like...
Ah, yes, from the Wild Pines. We'll meet her soon enough, I'm sure.
They want to keep that money flowing in, my man. Ka-ching.
He doesn't blame them, but he's not on their side. That's for sure.
Maybe you should. Cops don't get paid much in the...
The RCM is a self-managing organization that operates on donations. We promote our own leaders. It would be like striking against your own mother. Yes, but do continue. You were asked...
Anything else? Us lorry drivers. Camionneurs. Not my thing. Chasing transient pleasures...
He tries his best to look nonchalant, but there's a rigidity in him, as if trying to conceal something warm and deep beneath a cool exterior.
He ain't one of us drivers. I know that. All accounted for.
It's easy to see he's telling the truth. He's kept
Analyzing the fundamental structural and psychological conditions.
asked for his conclusion.
A sense of surprise there ain't more bodies hanging from more trees. Huh? The bosses, man. Dunno. What you need?
Ease into it. Don't go too far. This seems like a personal matter.
Man, nothing's troubling me. Just the...
That all the beats you got, Tommy? Damn, it really is hard to talk, man to man.
Don't be a stranger.
Before you stands a motor carriage. The bodywork is covered in vapor emanance. This must be the in the cabin. You are welcomed by a set of steering levers, a radio microphone on a hook, a pull-out toolbox, a scent of leatherwork and heavy fuel oils washes over you. The frequency tableau lights up, and a green button labeled "Prop the soft purr of electrical kittens." Radio wave.
This is Precinct 57. Hello, Lieutenant. How may I...
Hello, Alice. Please assist our colleague from the 41st precinct here.
Operating the radio is easy. Just be confident. You've probably done it 1,000 times.
This is Officer Alice Demetri, Precinct 57.
Under the green prime line, a yellow saved button catches your eye. You wonder what the lieutenant's default radio station is.
What is the number, officer?
Yes, hold on. Her number is...
Receive. Hold.
Lieutenant Kitsuragi slowly begins to tap a little.
Officer, I have Sylvie Malaika on the line for you. Yes, hello? Oh, right. Hello, officer. What can I do for you? No, not me. No, sorry, I don't. Not a lot of people have phones. People don't have the money.
So the union has a phone.
It was someone else. We'll find them sooner or later, officer. It...
What? Of course it bothered me. But I thought the union already knew about the court. No one calls the police. The union would get at, you know. What the union says goes. People listen to them and they take care of their own, which is like everyone here. I didn't want to get in trouble.
Push her further. Show her the error of her ways.
I didn't know I had to report it. I thought someone would take him down eventually. Yes, I know. It's just... Was there anything else? What? Of course it bothered me. But I thought the union already knew about the court. No one calls the police. You know... What the union says goes. People listen to them and they take care of their own, which is like everyone here. I don't know what to tell you, officer. I didn't call you because I didn't want to get in trouble with the others. With the union. Yeah, go on. You mean, why did I leave the bar?
Why not?
Let's just say I left because you know who. Maybe, I don't know. I just know I have to take some time off right now. I do hope so. Please, don't call me again. Bye.
Yes, you have obviously done something to upset her at the Whirling in Rags when she was still working there.
I'm not mad. It's You were so drunk and so emotional all the time, and then the steward thing happened. It just made me want to quit. The stuffed bird, the great steward, you threw it against the wall while I think you said it had been giving you shit ever since you got there. Didn't seem like you had fun doing it though. Yes, obviously. You were the worst client I've had sailors fighting. Union guys grabbing my ass, kids stealing booze. Once a guy was glued to the karaoke machine every night for 2 months. But you... well, you were worse than all of them. Even about little things like not turning down the volume at 3 a.m. I even liked one of those songs you kept listening to on repeat. No more. I hate it now. We Go On by the O.O. I can't listen to it anymore. You've turned it into a parody. To hell with that song. Then there was your room. Your project. I tried to send the cleaner, but you wouldn't let me. And then screamed something about how you're a piece of shit human being and why does anyone even let you work? And then I had to deal with your toilet. The one you clogged with police documents, causing water damage. I won't even mention you waving your gun around, harassing customers, threatening... the ones I had to rent out. Damn it, I don't remember what I did to your damn papers. I don't remember, especially when there's a hurricane loose. It's your fault.
Something in you wants to immediately forget about this, as if there was a reason you threw...
No, you really weren't. You were simply the worst. Never happened. Yes, obviously. You were the... I've had sailors fighting. Union guys grabbing my ass. I bet.
You hear a sigh of relief on the other end.
Anything else I can help you with, officer? Just a second, officer.
10-2, 10-5.
The man uses relay code. You've got this. You're a cop.
10-4, message received. 10-18, state your message, sir. Over. 10-4, message received. DC.
Him? What does he want?
Says he lost his badge and needs to report.
You what? He lost his badge?
This is Communication Officer Jules Piggy. You mean your partner? Over.
What is he saying?
He's asking who you are.
I'm his goddamn boss.
It's your partner, Satellite Officer Dietmar, sir.
Did he lose his memory along with his fucking badge?
Who lost his badge?
Dick fucking Mullen.
It's Officer Dick Mullen from the bestseller Dick Mullen and the Law...
Dick Mullen is not your name. Defend yourself. Immediately. They're laughing at you.
He's asking you to stop.
Of course it's serious. He lost.
Satellite Officer Dietmar concurs. Losing your badge is serious. Over. 10-4, I hear you, officer. I'm just going to make a note here that you're in pursuit of your...
What, me? Mac, come here. You've got to hit...
What's going on?
Super Garfield.
He lost his badge. He lost his goddamn fucking badge.
10-9, come again. I didn't get that. Over.
New heights even for Captain Suck.
Ask him. Ask him.
Sergeant Orson wants...
Check your pockets. Check your... Holy fuck. You don't know where it is, do you? Okay, it's gone.
10-9, coming officer. Did you get my question? We were wondering about your gun. Over. 10-1, you're breaking up. 10-9, repeat please. Over.
Lying over the phone, it's easy. Just say it.
He says he didn't.
Losing his badge is bad enough. Tell him to find it and fast.
We were glad to hear you've not lost your gun, officer. You need further assistance. Over. 10-4, I hear you.
What does he want now?
He's asking for money.
Is he fucking?
I don't think he...
Don't give that asshole anything.
Right. That's a negative on the additional funds. Over. He says he's in...
Well, I guess he'd better crack the case before sundown then.
Vigmar said... Anything else, sir? Over. Okay.
Wait. Before you say anything stupid, think it through. Be smart about this.
10-4, sir. I'm not hearing your question. Repeat message. I didn't get that, sir. Over.
What? What?
He seems intoxicated and keeps asking...
Mullen's drunk and emotionally aggressive.
Wrap it up. Don't indulge in his drunken antics.
Excuse me, sir. Over. No, sir, I haven't. You're not really keen on mentioning your own life, so I've always assumed things weren't that good on that front. Over. Understood, sir. Over. Roger that. 10-10. Over and out.
As you tap on the gauge, the indicator pin jerks.
There's no use pressing the heat button. It won't start.
Translation. We're not going. A metallic drawer slides out from...
Take what you need, officer. It's going to be a long case. I'm not protective of my tools, like some men are.
The pry bar feels nice and cold in your hand, useful for opening all sorts of doors and lids. The handles are long and you can do good work. It's robust, lets you see things. The pull-out toolbox slides back into its nest. The white suede feels luxurious under the touch, and the metal clutch handle so very familiar in your palm.
We can sit on benches after.
You can revisit the bench if you...
Life? I'll be with you in a moment, officer.
Have you no shame? Whining about your back? Honey, I'm trying to.
These manly men are playing balls. This is a ball. That's the spirit. Don't even waste your breath asking about the game. They wouldn't know anyway. They're way past their prime. You are immediately surprised by the ball's lack of weight. No matter, you'll make it work.
Merde! Bordel de merde!
whorehouse of shit. It wasn't whorehouse of shit. The shot was at least...
What the hell is your problem? I don't care if you are a cop. You do not just ruin someone's game. It's so goddamn disrespectful. You vandalized our game, son. We can't play pétanque with 5 pool. Well, it damn well isn't. It's pétanque. You ruined...
Take it easy, René. This is just a misunderstanding.
Of course there's harm done, you orange slacker. You always a goddamn bull. Good. Mistakes are forgiven.
Yes. Why did you come here? You never know. He might know something. This is a good vantage point.
Unfortunately, I don't. In Martinez, the junto is a pejorative term.
He doesn't know about the crime. Your time is better spent discussing politics.
I'm confident they are indispensable in regard to all the paperwork and other administrative duties. I know the...
Oh, René, if you only knew life beyond confronted.
This coin-operated viewer is facing south. The instruction manual says, why place a tourist attraction in the middle of such poverty?
There was a revitalization project. They got as far as the street lamps and the statue on that intersection. Then something... We should have done something about the union 10 years ago.
The southwest entrance to the apartment. The door rattles against your knuckles, but there's no response. The door rattles again, but this time you hear...
Stop banging on the door! I'm not letting any more strangers in, sir.
The police? Everyone knows the police don't come round here. No, I already told you. Go check the backyard door. Maybe someone there will.
Backyard door. There must be another entrance to the east.
Madame, I assure you, we are...
There is no reply. Just the door rattles again.
Stop banging on the door. I'm not in it doesn't matter who I am.
From within comes the faint...
The police? Everyone knows? No. I already told. Go check the
backyard door. There must be another... side of an apartment building. You have no clue. It's just a wall. So many walls all over Martinez.
Sneak up on me. Come.
Apparently, she doesn't like people's logic error.
Pig's come to take me out. Trying to snuff me out. Then why you sneak?
There must be another way to the building.
What's that noise down there?
You see a young man on a balcony.
Not looking for any trouble, officer.
It's the voice of someone who has something to hide, my liege.
I don't want to be seen talking to the gendarmerie, if that's okay. I just want to...
Don't let him go. This could be your witness. The balcony has a great view of the whole thing.
Is it really that important?
Like a nervous cat.
All right, but make it quick. Once I finish this cigarette, I have to run. My name?
That's definitely not his real...
No, of course not. Could you please lower your voice? I'd even go so far as to say that the...
We will remove the body as soon as...
Oh. You're asking...
Wait, is someone else investigating the lynching?
No, not you two. Some more muscular type.
And when did you speak to this more muscular gentleman?
Last week? I don't know. Look.
He's an actor declaiming a soliloquy. See how you hang on his every word?
You didn't answer the question. What?
I had a friend. It was my Sunday friend.
He doesn't reply, gesturing no with his cigarette. In the neighboring window.
No. We We won't. Now, if you'll excuse me, I really need to get going.
Time to bring out your secret charm. Tears and begging.
No, for God's sake, I don't want you to cry. Listen, I really have to go. Good luck with the investigation.
He's gone. No point in running. Tenements like these often have multiple exits. If he doesn't want to talk to us, then he'll know how to hide himself. He could be a witness. Him or it, there has to be a way of getting inside the building.
A stone, like any other, lying in a... There's a key beneath it, rusty from the dirt.
This must be for the front door. Pity it doesn't have the apartment number on it. We'll just have to go in and see it.
The store is open. I know, sir. Are you interested in a new and exciting book? It's a bookstore, sir. We sell books.
Books? Postcards? Easy.
Yes, that's exactly it. If you say so, sir. Can I help you with that? Okay, sir. I'll try to answer any question. My name is Annette, sir. My mum, her name is Plaisance. Feel free to step in and browse our wares. I do my studies at home at the moment. I have to help Mum keep this place running. Mum says it's necessary to do both because
There is stress and unease.
Mum says it's peachy. She was a little afraid at first. There's talk about this house being cursed. Cursed in a way that makes them say that no business has ever really thrived here, sir. That they all go... Exactly. But we've been doing fine so far.
We can go into the bookstore and ask about the case. But I don't see...
Yes. Please do also look at our wares inside. The postcards and board games are there, sir.
It does not manifest itself in any way. It does not exist. I liked it better when no such thing.
Anything else you wanted to talk about, sir? Nothing really, sir. Mum doesn't allow me to sneak around in them. Maybe I can tell you about some of our books instead. Crime fiction is about murders or burglaries or things like that. And the work of a police... And it's kind of like a... You don't look much like a policeman. Didn't mean to offend, sir. Sorry, sir. It's just that you don't look like Dick Mullen.
She looks at Dick Mullen. He isn't even drawn right. She examines the picture, trying to find whatever is wrong with it. She then
Sure you can, sir. He's just a fictional character. He'll be no. Maybe you can show me some real police work, sir. Like in the books. It's the type of book where there's a rich, or there could be a story about a poor lady getting a rich man. It's about man and lady business, sir. It happens, but usually the guy gets rich in the process. Those are unhappy books for most of the page. These are not very common. You can't have a choice. Well, maybe then it's fine. Maybe if the lady then decides not to pick either. That's really not a proper romance story. That's more like not in romance books, sir. These are about nice, and I haven't read many of those. Maybe you should ask Mum. I'm sure she can help out. Maybe some about other books. My name is Annette, sir. My mum, her name is Plaisance. She owns the store. Feel free to step in and browse our wares.
This Postler Vantorie mail collection box, a faint sticker on the side reads, RCM Emergencies. The box seems happy. Eat shit pig, fucked by the coon, and sent G with a crown. The mail collection box seems cathartic. Thankfully then, so do you. The worn and beaten wooden planks of the...
You can revisit the bench.
This trash container is locked. The sliding lid has a padlock that says, whirling in rags.
Kuno's got this.
If there ever was such a thing as an ugly kid, then this is it. The boy is sweated profusely. His eyes are like two black holes and his jaw is twitching as if trying to break free. The kid is obviously high.
The fuck does Kuno know what a rake is? Kuno is not a gardener. Fuck no!
Fast. This kid has got street smarts.
We shouldn't do anything. You will see.
The lens these kids are using.
The fuck is calling us? Kuno! Alright, entertain the Kuno. Show me what you got.
The kid moves his hands like a basketball player dribbling fast.
Shitload pig. What? Don't tell the pig shit.
This is where you quickly ask him questions. Real cop questions. Like a cop.
Kuno's fucking. Kuno uses the...
He's trying to hide the fact that he doesn't know.
Kuno knows what you meant. Kuno's not a snitch. That's all. Probably climbed. Kuno was busy down the road. You heard Kuno? I don't know. Smesk or...
There is no night city anywhere. That sounds like the name of a city.
Yeah. Kuno didn't smoke me.
Thanks, Kuno. That's one...
Just a couple of pigs sniffing around in the dirt.
Yeah, you tell the faggoty Kuno.
You're testing...
Get lost.
Right, pig. This is where Kuno plays with his little wooden choo-choo. What do you want with it? Dunno. Keep that guard.
Kipt is a pejorative term used to describe people of South Seminese or Areopagite descent. It used to be a common first name among the Areopagites of Elmara. Not so much anymore.
Look, Kuno doesn't explain shit. Kuno just says shit.
Yeah, her. What was she doing in the greenhouse in March anyway? Fish is sometimes used to fertilize the soil a few weeks before. Yes, it seems suspicious. You don't like things being...
Don't be wondering about Kuno's shit, pig.
You can't help but notice a little approving nod. The lieutenant...
Don't be wondering about Kuno's shit, pig.
You can't help but notice a little approving nod the lieutenant makes. He agrees.
Yeah, whatever. Kuno doesn't give a shit. Kuno, pig?
It's always Kuno, never I. Clearly the kid's using the third-person perspective as a...
The fuck are you calling it?
Watch out, Kuno! He's trying to fiddle you! He's help! Pig's got Kuno! Help! Rape!
Help! He's got the Kuno help!
Everyone can hear. You need to get the hell out of here before...
Escalate, Kuno! His dick is out!
Your pig's in aim, Kuno! Somebody, please!
How did we get here? How did this happen? This makes no sense. There may still be a way out.
Help! Misters, help! He's flashing Kuno! He's showing his genitals! If you don't help Kuno now, it'll be too late! No!
The nearly psychopathic way they could slip in and out of the act.
You know what? Kuno's...
Help! The pig's gagging him! Kuno can't speak!
Look.
For emphasis, a ghost is saying this. A shit-eater.
I know you wanted to hit me. You got that? I'm gonna fuck...
Relax. He can't read your mind. There's a dead body. Remember, that's what you were doing here. You're a cop on a case.
I know what you thought. I'm gonna fuck that... You're nothing! You're a...
Kuno turned you into...
No, you're not. We can just leave.
Bitch, you're gonna be in this shit with Kuno forever!
A peepo is a type of hat, by the way.
Okay, Kuno is kind to his bitch. Ask your questions, but remember this chain.
Click, 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 click!
The fuck about it? Kuno's fucking.
He's trying to hide the fact that he doesn't know.
Kuno knows what you meant. Kuno's not a snitch, that's all. Trying to make Kuno sing into the popo phone. Kuno's fucking.
He's trying to hide the fact that he doesn't know.
Kuno knows all kinds of shit. Kuno's not a snitch, that's all. Trying to make the Kuno sing into the popo phone. Just a couple of pigs sniffing around.
Yeah, you tell the faggoty Kuno!
You're testing Kuno's...
Get lost!
Yeah? The kingdom of Kuno? The fuck do you want with it? Don't be wondering about Kuno's shit, pig. Of course you do, fuckface. Yeah, whatever. Kuno doesn't give a shit.
He's on your crime scene, bossing you around. And he's been here for some time too. This is where he hangs out. You have to get more out of him. He could be useful.
Trying to fuck at the Kuno! Trying to fuck at me! Trying to fuck! Kuno only gets higher! It...
Kuno gonna fuck you up! Up, up, up!
Normal is not what we got here. You with what you have for now.
The fuck about it? You're testing. Get lost! The fuck about it? You're testing Kuno. Get lost! Kuno doesn't.
The corpse looks at you with bulging white eyes. You seem to be holding your cargo belt, twists his neck at an unnatural angle. The body below appears stiff. It's letting out an ungodly rot. The smell seems
active decay. It's okay to throw it.
He's about to blow! Cop's gonna blow, Kuno!
There are several footprints in the mud, left by work boots, anywhere from 6 to 12 pairs. Every worker's boot. Isn't this something an industrial worker would wear? Every worker's boots with reinforced toes and hobnail. Isn't this something an industrial worker would wear?
Noted.
Every worker's boots with reinforced toe. Isn't this something an industrial worker would? An inconspicuous pile of the roofing material, Eternite. It's nothing. Someone just left. Glad you asked. When junior researcher Olari Tal invented Eternite in the Varna Polytechnic Institute some 30-odd years ago, because there's a secret door hidden. There it is. You see a shabby little door.
What is this then? A tool shed? He stands on drug use. Professionally, I mean. Perhaps not. This is below our pit. See that ladder there? Yes. Yes, it's probably yours. It bears the RCM insignia. You could probably make the jump. You look like you've done some track and field in your day.
The wind is aggressive up here. The lieutenant looks at the unknown. That machine is a convulsant 1020 HK.
Is it? Qualsum makes a lot of heavy, but I digress. We were focusing on your cloak here.
The wind is aggressive up here. The lieutenant looks at the unknown. That machine is a convulsant.
Yes, that's one way of... But I digress. We were focusing on your cloak here. The cloak? I do think it's yours, yes. As to whether it... Well, it doesn't seem too dangerous.
The cloak looks like a bag of goodies. The wind is aggressive up here. The lieutenant looks at the enormous... That machine is a convulsant 1020 HK. His eyes trace the crane's...
Yes. We were in the middle of something. Your cloak.
The wind is aggressive up here. The lieutenant looks at the enormous... That machine is a convulsant 1020 HK. His eyes...
Yes. We were in the middle of something. Your cloak.
That's still too high. What were you thinking? You're not a gymnast. You're a boxer. And you've climbed way too high up there. You could have died there. Shit.
Hey! What happened? I understand. We can always come back when you are feeling better. It's just a cloak after all.
Tarpaulin cloak with the wind is aggressive up here. The lieutenant looks at that machine is a convulsant 1020 HK.
I think there's a certain beauty.
He turns back. to the sad piece of fabric flapping in the wind.
What are we doing? We're awfully close to breaking into the... Or it could be that we are just exploring.
Lest you hear the same waiting room, you ring the doorbell. What an ominous name for a hiss. You ring the you hear the same waiting room music. But all you hear is static, but no one answers the call. Whatever she says, it can't alright. Maybe not healthier, but there's a light buzz as you press the doorbell. There's the static again. Here come the bad vibes again. Relax. Distance yourself from it.
It's you.
Wait. Is she?
Michelle. Just... Why do you really call?
Is this some kind of joke? The voice from the intercom doesn't answer, but you can hear her breathing. Wind blows into your microphone.
As if my mind's been wiped clean.
You press the number sign on the keypad that terminates the call. 12 name cards on the call box read. Muscular.
Oh, man from blood and violence, scantily clad women. And what does it matter? They're all the same. If you're a novice of the series, I'd recommend Hjelmdalaman, the man from Hjelmdal. It's supposed to be a good introduction. Oh, man from blood and violence, scantily clad women. At last, someone said, if you're a novice of the series, I'd recommend
rows and rows of Hjelm, maybe 100. Man from here, not even close. Man from Hjelmdal in...
Oh, man from blood and violence, scantily clad women. And what does it matter? If you're a novice of the series, I'd recommend Hjelmdalaman, the man from Hjelmdal. It's supposed to be a good introduction to the series.
There are numerous types of game, an endless variety. There's also books in a board game section. A towering mountain of colourful board games.
Wonderful Board Browritter is a fun game of economic competition, but can get quite intense after a while. Don't be so hard on yourself, sir. For playing with friends, I'd recommend Suzerainty. It's wonderful board Browbritter is a fun game of economic competition. Then for playing with friends, I'd recommend Suzerainty. It's a civilization building game. Lousy. I've heard they turn people into occult enthusiasts.
And endless. There's also a large hard box in a board games section. There's a box that said that price is steep, but then it's the 3rd edition mega setting supplement, so it makes sense.
Welcome to Crime, Romance, and be welcome. And please take responsibility for the energy you bring. I am the proudest owner of our little shop of culture. Annette, yes, my daughter. I hope she wasn't slacking off again with wonderful. Did you talk to her? Great. On a scale of 1 to 10, how compelled were you to buy books after talking with her? My precious, her dedication brings joy to my heart. If you have children, I hope they turn out as great as my Annette.
The woman before you scans the store, her shoulders rigid and tense. Every now and then, she nods. These shelves are overburdened with a couple of spook novels high amidst
Crime, robberies, you're a police officer.
crime fiction. Is it these books greatly and what's more, not a single mention of all the stress this work creates upon the officer's family. You see, Dick Mullen on the job. Get me Mullen, a killing is declared. Dick Mullen. Turns out he fainted to shelves filled to the brim with crime fiction. These books, what's more, not a single mention of shelves filled to the brim with crime novels. The plaque on the shelf reads,
I would say, a very influential. The book is also very daring. The author aims to re-examine the universal...
Shelves full of biographies of famous people, whoever they are. Several maps. The maps look old and faded. Your eye catches this large map, ozone, disintegrating into mathematics. In the northeast, a dust mite stands on the north coast of Caillou. In a bookstore, the ocean breaks apart into a tangle of cosigns and connections to other worlds. You have little idea what they are. Distant stars, perhaps they are God. The north coast to the east, Rakudon. It's so small you can't even see it on them. It's not real, still, it's detailed. Could be pretty...
I'm sorry, officer. The map of Martinez is the only one available. The other, they're quite valuable. Though they might... That old thing, it's an out of date from when some design studio...
The place does not look...
They didn't get that far. For some reason. A shame the project never got going. Would be nice if someone fixed Martinez up. All these ruins are bad for business.
This bookstore is not strictly about amidst the various these through the point of the book and many others. It serves platitude, wholeness. When it's up to your mind, there's even a chapter on the ancient Serap.
I can't have you end up like...
You see a set of tattered curtains.
Excuse me, officer. The back room is strictly for employees only.
Just as you're about to pull apart the curtains,
Sir, don't touch that. I told you it's off limits for the customers. Parapsychologically speaking, we're done if you decide to open.
she looks away, mumbling. Why is everyone always messing with the curtains? Why can't they just buy books like normal people?
No! Please just talk to me, officer.
Talking is always good. God, you see a tattered set of curtains and a polyhedron-shaped cage-like trinket. You see a dimly lit room full of dusty furniture and trash.
I warned you! You're unleashing forces beyond...
A heavy door with a missing handle stands before you, covered in dozens, if not hundreds, of little oddly shaped trinkets and charms. It only echo. A hollowed out, holy echo. A hollowed out, dark echo. Ow, shoot. Whose moronic idea was it to just run through the door? Don't you know that things like that hurt?
Are you alright?
What is going on there? I warn you...
It barely looks like you've done any damage to the door, however. Only echo. A hollowed out, dark echo. Only echo. A hollowed out, dark echo. A heavy door with a missing handle stands before you, covered in dozens, if not hundreds, of little oddly shaped trinkets and charms. It appears to be locked. A heavy door with a missing handle stands before you, covered in dozens, if not hundreds, of little oddly shaped trinkets and charms. It appears to be locked.
You've hurt yourself now. I told you not to mess around back there. What are you even trying to accomplish, you fool? You're only making things worse. Stop it. Be compelled to look at the books. Go to them. Cursed? Who said that?
What in God's name is she talking about?
Oh yes. How's my precious doing? She's a good... Mind your own business, sir.
Denial is the way she copes with...
You must be kidding. There's nothing like that. Good, sir. What does a young child do with money anyway? No, I say...
Such criminal behavior would not happen in more developed countries.
Those countries will realize they've raised Elysiums.
Yes, we've had quite enough fun here. Right.
You must be kidding. Good, sir.
Such criminal behavior would not happen in more developed countries.
Those countries will realize they've raised Elysium.
Yes, we've had quite enough fun here. Right.
The woman before you scans the store.
Oh yes. How's my precious doing? She's a good...
The woman before you... place in southwest. Its coin slot is just an ordinary wall. Nothing to see here. Just an ordinary wall. Nothing to see here. Just an ordinary wall. Nothing to see here.
Trying to sneak up on me again! Trying to sneak up on me again! This door has been closed with a padlock. A chalk-drawn number on the board says, number 11. No reply. It's a solid lump of metal, but the shackle is deeply. Better whip out those cutters. You won't get very far otherwise. No reply. No reply. What are you doing? You need to get your tools. No reply. It's a solid lump of metal, but better whip out those cutters. You won't. You hear someone walking around inside, rearranging the furniture. The walking stops abruptly. A poor communard from the looks of it.
Do I have to open the door? Do you have a warrant?
Let's go. We don't have a reason to.
It's generally easier to do things. A poor communard.
Do I have to? Do you have a warrant?
Let's go.
It's generally.
Give me a moment.
don't. The cold never does any good for my bronchitis. I'm fine. Fine. Now, what do you...
She's the cleaning lady. She knows the floor plan and the residence.
Yes. I know who you mean. The scrawny boy who's always...
Somewhere in the building, a child starts crying. You hear a radio tuned to a talk show and someone taking a shower.
What's he in trouble for? Talk?
What was so funny?
He lives upstairs in room 28. Go to the balcony. It's one of...
Thank you. We should go check out his apartment on the balcony. See if it...
The streets will flow red once more.
The streets will not flow red with anything. Who are...
I'm Cindy the fucking Skull. What else do you want to know? Date of birth, blood type, the last time I was tested for Hep C. Had a battery of tests.
A brush, an artist. The red splatter is urban expert. The lieutenant furrows his brow at another one of your eccentricisms. Hatred, disgust. It's difficult to tell which of the two the woman on the boat does not notice her staring.
That was on her. Someone's got to keep an eye on her.
Ozone is an archipelago, 2 days travel.
Probably the Wild Pines rep. We should talk to her. She's a professional negotiator, though. I have the feeling she will be... You should take the lead. Ask her unexpected questions, you know? Do your thing. Don't...
Good idea, piggies. Run along now. Fuck her shit up good. Impound that boat while you're at it. I'd like to watch her swim back to her. Can't you tell? I'm pig. I haven't really started it yet. I'm waiting for the right words. Yeah? Thanks.
She means the opposite.
I ain't no snitch, pigsty.
Actually, there is...
We weren't put on this earth to make your life pleasant. Fuck, watch your back.
Her sailing boat.
Good afternoon, officers. I'm Joyce L. Messier. I represent the board of Wild Pines, the owners of the harbour. You gentlemen must be from the RCN. Nothing, honestly. I've said it to every drunk in town, and you're the first...
Relax. She meant it in jest.
I'm glad to see you here.
Like steel.
I was dispatched to handle a strike.
That is good to hear, madame.
There's a trace of irony. It happens quicker than a shoot.
How interesting. I wish you a swift recovery. In the meanwhile, you have my full cooperation, and the full cooperation of the Wild Pines Group. What we do, I'm afraid I don't...
There was a touch of discomfort there. She wants to merely rep.
The Pines' core competency is logistic, and that is the terminal.
The Wild Pines Group is one of the original Revacholian Indo tribes. Companies awarded royal monopolies by the king, the suzerain himself, Son Baptiste,
LUM, an unknown entity known as G-Nods.
Why, yes, I am. Officer, I assure you I'm a...
The Crown and nonchalance might be related.
Good. Everything. Right up to, but not including, trade secret. I believe the official title is Senior Labour Negotiator.
And how are the talks going?
They're not. That's the problem.
Wait. She just admitted that the lynching and the strike are...
Now they won't even let me into the harbour. There's a two-meet... Yes, I believe there is a connection. But that's a subject for later. Let's say I was not making the kind...
And when did you first?
I arrived 3 weeks ago. Yes, in...
But the strike began in...
I wasn't the original negotiator here.
This isn't the first time the union has got...
Heavens, no. There have been 2 prior strikes.
Ludicrous even. It's meant.
Mr. Clare told him to... How did he put it? Fuck off, midget. Gaumont is short of stature, yes. Keep in mind, there are leaflets everywhere and banners. Every worker.
Most of the workers probably don't know what that means.
In its defense, another said, demand democracy. Pretty tame stuff compared to every worker a member of the board. It's quite simple, you see. Every time the Wild Pines Group makes, just so you understand, this is but one of 22 terminals owned by Wild Pines. Essentially, not only are they king, I'm not sure. Naturally, I assume that was just that for now. People are getting...
Excuse me, from whom did you hear about this lynching?
I first heard it from the boyer at the gates. The one whose very name advertises his aversion to work. I think he said it was, call me mañana.
This checks out.
Everard Clare is a man of the... Of course not. Everard is fantastic.
If you were to prick him with something sharp, you could see oozing out. A knife, maybe? No.
He is the most corrupt individual I have ever seen. Yes, Edgar looks exactly like his brother, except it's how they circumvent the term limits, you see. But the Débardeurs Union was once a perfectly normal institute, organised labour at its best, as they say.
A mob. The Débardeurs are crimes.
Refreshingly honest, officer. And your opinion, detective, if I may ask. I'm a curious and talkative person, you see. Would you say the Débardeurs Union is... Of course, officer. I'm glad you asked. There was a woman, the previous forewoman of the Union. She
disappeared?
Yes. On the last day of the local chapter elections, her daughter phoned in and said she wasn't running anymore.
This forewoman, her name?
Sadly, the company records do not even give a name. She's just forewoman in private correspondence. Holly. I don't even know if it's a sir or gift indeed. The company suspects foul play. The point of the presentation is, these kinds of things happen around Claire's. Watch out.
Thank you for your concern, ma'am. We'll be just fine.
I'm glad you asked. There was a...
Disappeared?
Yes.
This forewoman, her name?
Does it? The company suspects foul play at the point of the present...
Thank you for your concern, ma'am. We'll be just fine.
Of course. How else can I help? Quite a few things, I'm afraid. The information I'm to share with you includes sensitive trade secrets. For the sake of my employer, I have to ask for your names and badge numbers.
Of course, ma'am. We should have introduced ourselves. I am Lieutenant Kitsuragi, and this is my colleague from Precinct 41. I'm afraid he doesn't have his badge at the moment. I hope mine will suffice.
How curious. Why is that, Detective? I see. So, are you saying you lost your badge during the course of this episode? I can't hear you, darling. Speak up, please. Oh dear. I do believe you, naive as that may.
As I said, ma'am, his technique may be very unconventional.
Of course, I sympathize, but I'm afraid I simply can't share anything more.
She's a professional negotiator. She should be open to some sort of mutually beneficial arrangement.
Of course. But before we do, the situation is extremely volatile. The sooner...
Is what you want to say, but it isn't that easy, is it? Look at that lady. Take a gander. Squint your eye. Why, yes. Tucked away under that sturdy, wide, dull orange purple. These are the cunning eyes of the rich within reason. Now look at you. You misery-clad, you're poor. Poor as balls. You can't ask this person for money. You're too... Oh, but you are.
As I was saying, if there's any way I may be of assistance, please don't hesitate to ask. What would you like to know? Officer.
The crowns of her teeth are porcelain, white as the boat's. Her nonchalance might be related to something.
Of course there are. We're on an archipelago. How else are you supposed to get around? Yes, we are. We are on Le Cap.
Technically, the neighboring Ozone and Fas Alamer island groups are.
I haven't seen anyone else.
Actually, that motor carriage has been... It's for crossing, not...
Neither is this. A toy, I mean.
You need to make this lady admit she's only riding around on this boat because she's rich. Before you do, it would be pertinent to ask other questions. Gather more info on this.
Oh my, the E word. You mean to say that it's a symbol of conspicuous consumption? That I'm a member of the ruling class?
Detective, may I remind you that Mrs. Messier is a professional negotiator.
Then what does that say? 33A, this old proletarian haunt here. As I said, plenty of people drive boats of all social strata.
She takes a sip.
Okay. Of course.
Nothing happens for quite a while. It doesn't.
My, it's as if there's a tiny spinner on the side.
Except he isn't.
Of course. Lieutenant, I truly don't understand what is happening here.
I told you his methods are unconventional.
It was quite a while ago, but I think, yes, we were the boat. No, it is called Cordelate, my sloop.
I'm enjoying this part of the interview. It has so little to do with the murder week.
Good. What would you like to know? Good.
I am sorry. It just doesn't come out of your mouth. Surprisingly eloquent, really. The last one, not the first three. Those are ape speak.
My, why'd you say that? That's garbage. You're a police officer. Of course. Of course, detective. Learned how to saunter up staircases. I didn't think you could do that with hooves, but here you are. Yes, Uncle Maynard,
That smell coming from her paint bucket, red-dyed heavy fuel oil, is only used in...
What did you think I was using? Aquarels? Sucked it out of a cop's fuel tank myself. You ain't seen nothing yet, Piggy Boo.
abstract, imperfect. You hear someone walking up a pole coming up.
Do I have to open the door? Do you have
Let's go. We don't have a reason.
It's generally that isn't just a five-pointed star. It's an inverted white pentagram cradled in a wreath of antlers. The icon of the star and antlers was developed in this even today, half a century after. The star and antlers to symbolize the also, the wreath of antlers represents a natural crown. It was because white is the color of peace. Nothing at all yet.
Yes?
This door is made of metal and appears to be reinforced. Number 28. This is where the clip.
Let's see if anyone's home.
No one answered.
Looks like the young man we are looking for isn't home. I think we should return tomorrow after we have finished with our day's work. How about 9 p.m.? Sound good? Tomorrow, 9 p.m., right here. Apartment number
10. Turns out it's quite tricky for remember. Tomorrow. He's probably gone for today, but no one answers.
We should return tomorrow.
No one. You ring the door. What an ominous name for it. All you hear is that you ring the doorbell. You wait for a minute. Looks like someone has melted half silence. No one's home and silence. No one answers the doorbell. Nothing happens after you ring the doorbell. Then silence. No one answers your call. This button looks new, but...
This button looks new. It's probably not connected yet.
The RCM in Martinez. What can I help you with? Of course. What can I help you with? Excuse me? Oh, well, I didn't write it there. Okay. Well, this might be the last snow we get. And snow has nutrients in it.
Yes, think about the cute grandma, not the weird snow. All you can see is the fact that her skin is a different color from yours. That's literally all. You're gonna have to run with that.
What does that mean? I don't know. Whatever's on the radio, okay.
What are you waiting for? Ask about the disco order.
We should probably proceed with our business in Martinez.
Since the street sign's messed up? What do you mean? Yes, sir. District of Martinez.
He knows where we are. He just wants...
There's the pier, the Cape Side apartment buildings, some more tenements, the harbor gates, some kind of commotion, I think. Some shops and a bridge, just coast. There's a lake, it's just water. No, actually, I think they call it the Martinez Inlet, no problem. Of course, I want...
If there's a corpse, then you're going...
Sure, keep them. I have another pair.
Hello again, my man. What's on your mind? It's like, whatever's going on...
Going on strike will probably help you dodge a bullet or two.
Anything else? Us lorry drivers. Not my thing.
He tries his best to look nonchalant, but there's a rigidity in him, as if trying to conceal something warm and deep beneath a cool exterior. Stands in the middle of the traffic island, pointing toward the sea. It looks as if a silver plaque on the statue. As you look up, you notice something about the statue. A silver plaque on the statue's pedestal reads, I, and as you look up, you notice something with great kinetic energy. Someone shot him in the heart. Interesting.
Okay. Well, Martinez is riddled with bullet holes. This place saw a lot of action during the revolution, but the statue is recent. If we connect every bullet hole in Martinez to the murder, I've made a note. Don't hold your...
The king stands high above you,
surveying the bay, mute. Does not greet you. She nods along to something on her radio. The photo, an ambrotype from the turn of the century, as golden as her smile.
Wait. She's just a distracted old woman. Better to leave her alone. Why? I just told you why.
The woman still had no response. Wherever this woman is, no response, no response, no response. Wherever.
Stay frosty, everyone. Come. You here to fuck with us? Beat the honest worker down. We're here to fight for a cause. Couldn't. Besides, we're not that different. It helps if people. Maybe you should ask them. We have family.
So do we, Scott.
Shit's on full strike. Don't think they're going to let you through the gates. I'm trying to meet their fat boss. Right to work! It's shameful. Cops doing nothing. We should bring backup. Open up the gates for us. Blockading gainful employment for workers is a crime.
Why not? I see numerous reasons not to be gustating.
Let us work! When a bunch of them beats me, they mumble nonsense.
There's something odd. His shirt is far too small and an unpleasantly tight fit, while the overalls, held up by a belt, seem to fit a man with much more corpulence. Fine. It was probably
honest men and women with rights. We came here to help.
I have a question. Why do
you think they follow because I'm big and loud? No. They follow the rules of the...
You've been talkative quite a while now. Something is...
What's it to you? No. Don't think we've met before. I came to help out.
Every once in a while, it's like you can see glimpses of another guy under the guise of this fight.
We're all workers, right? Workers stick together. Came from the eminent domain, Jamrock. Backgrounds in odd jobs, heavy lifting, cargo hauling, bouncer work. I know the drill. Worked at Territorial. Ring a bell? It was a long time ago. We were promised work. We'd be in there, working. If the main gate's locked, it would take heavy ordnance to bust it open. And I don't mean the scrawny mess punk either. I mean head measurer. Or whatever he is. Why don't you go arrest?
It would be better for the neighborhood.
No! They will give up eventually.
Scott?
You're hazing on the notion of a scam. Smells like politics, though. Maybe it's got something to do with the flask he reaches for from time to time.
I was just imagining. You cops going on a strike, but then another cop comes in and says, let us cop for less. Speaking of, what brings the RCM here? To the wild north? Come to see the strife? Murder, huh? That sounds like a lot of hard work. You'd never see me investigating a murder. Of course, Policia. It wasn't me. You can rule me out. Easier that way.
He didn't do it. It's the truth.
My friend, I respect the right to roam. The open range awaits. I don't operate in that capacity. I'm not a granter of passage. The passage grants it.
If it's so simple, why did the scout leader warn you of the guards blocking the way?
I walk right past Measurehead and go in. Yeah, the 2.5 meter tall Semini Supremacy is there. Walk right, then press the button to unlock the door, then go past him again, and you enter the arbor through the office. Stop.
The man whispers a jaunty tune. A coastal breeze ruffles his hair.
You know, serious business. Huh?
He's a chatty guy. Wants to talk about the strike too. Just can't bring the command structure and tell you.
Yeah, Measurehead. His body totally betrays his degeneracy.
That is precisely the negligence you reek of it. An invisible sword of Al Ghul emerges from your throat. You cannot see it, but others can. It is making the woman in my company sick. No, you don't. You need to get another drink. Occidental Haplogroup B4 is done giving orders around here. The influence, jerking motions, signs of a late-stage neurodegenerative disorder. You gave the world. You dominate. You will be.
It is, baby, yeah.
There is a button right behind him, just out of reach. It must be the one that opens the door to the harbor.
It is my task to keep the degenerate trance from entering the harbor. Enough with this begging. You should leave, bring your troop to the wall.
There may be a peaceful solution to this. You could internalize Meshuggah's race theory. He would take you as one of his own. The best idea. Ask what kind of races there are first. better not to expand your mind in this direction. You may find out too much.
Racists are
welcome to River Show. You must think ready.
I am not.
The drawings are precise and look true to their pseudo-scientific ambitions. One thing, however, it is not entirely free of throwbacks in the phylogenetic tree. His large jaw, for example, could be a trait indicative of criminalism. Also, his earlobes could be small.
Your silence betrays your inferiority. You do not have a reply. You should enter a deep race slumber. Perhaps in 4,000 years there is need for a servile homunculus. Oh, don't be vulgar. White or not has got little to do with this. The race enigma runs much deeper than that. Mr. Claire is also to serve is noble. It takes discipline. Your petulant individualism has only contributed to your race failure. It is like jam. Individualism. You have gotten these ideas from degenerate youth culture, have you not? Offshoots of this. I am not surprised you enjoy it so much. This has happened to many of the side products of the inevitable cultural victory of the Seminoles race. The South Island, we are I am a descendant. The narrow streets of Lumbuir are with me in my genetic dreams. I see young Seminoles women walk into the gray mass. Oh no. I have heard about it on the radio. I'm from Kuba. You have heard enough about our phylogenetic secrets for today. You have extinction to come to
I don't think anything about this. We are wasting.
Your pedomorphic friend is right. You should leave here with your tail between your legs, contemplating race extinction. I am an immovable obstacle.
How did this happen? Your little fist is in his giant hand, and he's...
You must be out of your mind, degenerate drunk. Say it. I am a degenerate alcoholic.
Your fist cracks in his hand like a ripe apple.
The words to the song have changed.
Your hand twists in his grip and the pain blinds you. Still you press the words.
Good. Now leave before you humiliate your homoerotic organization any further.
Several packaged rank. The packages are small, discreet, sloppily stacked, making them easier to take unnoticed. No need to worry about knocking over a display.
What is what? It's a raincoat. If you want to buy one, then it's only 4 real.
Her attention is drawn to the raincoats. Stealing one undetected will now be more difficult. The tear machine stands in the corner. A sign says 1 bottle equals 10 cents.
No, you need tear to use the tear machine.
A small cabinet on the wall is filled with their logo.
Just ask me if you need anything from St. Baptiste. We don't stock prescription meds, but we do have Nosafed, Duramine, magnesium, and Hypnogamma. Welcome to Frick. Feel.
What's that magazine she's reading?
Okay. I don't really know anything. I mean, not really. No. I don't know really long. I don't.
No need to worry.
Okay.
A colourful display. The bottles wink at you in the light. The smokes too glitter in their wrapping. There, in that dark green glass, all in vain. The great flowing river of warmth, wine, alcohol. The tear machine stands in the corner. Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out toolbox, and the soft glow of the fuel preheater gauge.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you?
As always, it's DJ Mesh.
A flock of seagulls takes up right away. The lieutenant reaches into the cabin.
Someone must have been messing with the radio, or maybe picked up a random frequency. You wanted a prime line, right? Oh, is that what it was?
Go for it. Turn the radio back on while it's...
Nothing to get in.
This is Precinct 57. Can I connect you to someone? Just a second. Yes. Hello? Oh, great. What else do you need, detective? Yes, I know who you are.
This exact conversation has happened before. Establishing authority before this young girl seems to have been important to you in the past. Don't go there.
Oh.
Real policemen have uniforms too, by the way. Where's yours? Yes, you absolutely should.
Please, no. Not this again. Everyone saw your cool gun, detective. You were trying to impress some people with it. Everyone was eating and you were waving it around in everyone's face, begging them to describe it. You said it calms you.
Oh, those again. You know, when you put your gun, you're actually... I remember this. You were screaming things like, "My brains are all over the wall," painting them red.
No idea. All I know is next you were waving around money instead, saying things like, "Big bucks cannot lie." It almost looked like he pawned it. But believe me, I did not ask.
You hear the cord breaking up on the other end of the radio.
Anything else I can help you with, officer? Just a moment, officer.
10-4, coming in, officer. Over. 10-10, over and out.
G'day to you, officers.
A burly man hangs out by the waterlock, carving up a generous serving of salami with an old hunter's knife. His eyes are fixed on a man stranded on the...
My friend Barry the Butcher is stuck
from the corner of your eye.
Very good stuff. Anything I can do for you, officer? I wasn't here to witness it, but those look like tyre tracks on that sign. Too bad it also takes a year and a day to repair anything around here, especially a water look. Well, there's the fishing village, an abandoned yeah, not really much else. Just bonk.
A couple of indicator lights are missing from this control panel. This panel usually closes the wall. Pull the lever all the way up until the metal clicks against the contact pins. Nothing happens. Nothing happens. The spring brings the lever back to its original position. You still need to close the water lock. Wasn't there a sign over there saying function app? Pull the lever or nothing happens. The spring brings... Wasn't there a sign? assorted floor and table lamps.
It was brought to me to be...
We are not here to investigate the theft of city property. You have to admit it's rather clever what he's done with it.
The light pole has been... This would make quite a statement in your living room.
It was brought to me...
We are not here to investigate. You have to admit it's rather clever.
The boomboxes on the shelf look well loved. One, especially catch. Just make sure it works before you buy it.
Is the Harman Welshie W2. Made in Vespa. Designed in Seoul. Absolutely.
That's odd. Why doesn't he like music?
He is a good one, that. Weather resistant.
You see rows of toy soldiers guarding the rest of the trinkets displayed on the table. Some on horseback, others in rags, others yet in bright blue uniforms. All are stern and unyielding in their duty. Everything you pick out seems faded, chipped.
It's not often that I see off. What can I do for you? I haven't had any problem.
Who are your customers?
All kinds of people, as you can see. I have a wide selection of goods for everyone to choose from. It keeps me entertained. Someone else came here earlier today asking the same question. I promptly sold her the gun you pawned a couple.
This is the watch the lieutenant shifts from one foot to another. Alert.
She didn't seem like a policeman, although she kept referring to herself as a pig, which would truth be told.
Right, so let me get this right. You sold your sidearm, issued by the citizens' militia, and now a civilian is running around the streets of Martinez with it? You're right that she could cast aspersions on the force. We have to find out.
My apologies, officer.
A needle in a haystack. There is nothing you can do about it now. You'll just have to hope you luck upon her.
Of course. Sure thing. Sure, man.
Why does art inspire you so much? A typical Martinez street light.
Yes, officer.
His manner is casual, but the light pole has been careful. This would make quite a statement.
It was brought to me to be altered.
We are not here to... You have to admit it's rather clever.
700 real. A bargain, I dare say. The light has undergone 3 transformations.
The light has been removed.
The most important
Okay, that checks out.
It was brought to me to be...
We are not here. You have to admit it's rather clever what he's done with it.
I can see you were taste for luxury.
A pair of...
Those sneakers, mister. Those sneakers are the latest found sneakers.
Only fun, ultra. Wear the future. You remember the slogan from some magazine? There are clothes inside. Cheap.
Don't be shy.
Save the economy. That sounds off. You find your hat. The box smells like cat piss.
Economical, but also trendy. Look firsthand. Why, sir, haven't you heard of it, sir? We've got to be economically conscious. Very cool. The economy thanks you, officer.
No good. All you can come up with are some treated wool pants. You can tell they're too tight around the thighs and too loose around the wall. They itch like hell.
All natural materials, see? Real wool, 100%.
You can revisit the bench if you ever need to pass the time.
Unfortunately, I don't. And like most of the local in Martinez, the union is the top is a pejorative term.
He doesn't know about the crime. Your time is better spent discussing politics.
If I knew, I would not be afraid to...
'Tis true, sire. He knows nothing.
Ah, yes! King... Oh, a superpower! Feared and respected. A testament to what this country can be under the leadership of a true king. Someone who knows how to rule decisively without fear of offending the sensibilities of the frail and weak-minded among his subjects. This is something the insurgents never understood. Revachol would be a different...
Don't get started. The Carabinier doesn't reply, but his entire being communicates.
Oh, old Philippe was a big... You can't even... That's why he's if it...
Of course.
Philippe Zito was he...
He's just making excuses for the king's habits, isn't he?
Of the officers of the RCM. Right. Unfortunately, I don't. And like most of the locals, in Martinez, top is a pejorative.
He doesn't know about the crime. Your time is better spent.
I'm confident they are indispensable in regard to all the paperwork and other administrative duties. I know the...
Oh, honey. If you only knew life beyond...
This coin-operated viewer is facing southwest. Its coin slot is full of fossilized, a thick length that's Kuno on the lens. Under the graffito, you know this to be around the large wooden building. You see chunks of sea ice gathered on the metal feels cold. The metal feels cold and wet under your palm.
Probably some kids.
A simple but the metal feels cold and wet. This coin-operated viewer is facing south. The instruction manual says to insert 25 centimes and pull the handle while looking inside. Then use the focus knob to zoom in if necessary.
There was a revitalization project in 49. A design studio tried restore. They got as far as the street lamps and the statue on that intersection. Then something went sour. I suspect that something was Eva Claire, the union leader. He muscled them out. It's how it usually goes. We should have done something about the union 10 years ago. That ship has sailed, officer.
Your money disappears into the coin slot. The curtains on the display open. You lean in to catch the view. It's blurry. Different blues and green. The lenses shift. The ghost sharpens into an islet in the bay. In the ruins, a man-made structure it looks as if it was abandoned.
Really? I don't have to.
My name is Feel free to step in and browse our wares. I'm signalling that the store is open. Otherwise people might not know. They'd miss out on the crime, romance and biographies of famous people. Thank you, sir. I'm glad to help Mum out with the store. Okay, I think that's why people...
Seems like most people who read those books.
But it does make the famous people more famous.
And its expression remains.
Okay. My name is Annette, sir. My mum, feel free to step in and browse our wares.
You fail to deduce anything, so she waits intently.
Come on, don't be silly. That's not a proper deduction.
Several footprints in the mud, left by work boots. Anywhere from 6 to 12 pairs have walked. Every worker's boots. Isn't this something an industrial worker?
Noted.
What do you think you are? A super detective? You're hungover.
Secret door to Kuno's secret shack. It was closed for 5,000 years. How the fuck did you get in? And then what? You fucking there? You fucking...
He's trying to fuck at you again, Kuno!
Is it? You got pretty fucked. Kuno's surprised you've still got your head after all that. Don't sweat it, drunk pig. Kuno will keep your nasty secrets. Kuno's not slipping.
He's saying you climbed up there. He probably saw you do it. Yet, that conclusively explains how the coat got up there.
That's where Kuno gets his daily hit.
Bet you'd like to ride the light bit too, wouldn't you? You feel tough.
Oh, that? Kuno decapitates pigs. That's just a Kuno demo tape.
Yeah, to the both of you, watch your ass in Kuno's town, or Kuno's gonna fuck you. Of course you fucking can. How do you think Kuno made all the Ducky Boys his gimps? Kuno knows. Kuno insists.
That's all there is to it then. Don't be a pet.
It's a vitamin pig. Don't you know?
You could use some.
Yeah, it's the mad. You fucking need that.
Oh, don't teach him, Kuno. He's gonna use it against you, Kuno.
You're not getting this, pig. It completely takes away the hangover. It's
fuck you, pig. Don't do mad. You're gonna OD and you're gonna...
Good call, Pigmeister. Don't come and talk to Kuno about his kingdom. Kuno doesn't...
This trash container is locked. There's just a trash can. Your fingers start to itch just looking at that.
We could try using a pry bar. The one you took from my motor carriage. We might want to ask for a key from the manager of the Whirling in Rags. He probably...
Just a trash container. Your fingers start... Your fingers start to itch just looking at that padlock. No matter how strong you think you are, this is really... Still is, looking right through you with his white eyes. The body below is entirely dedicated to that.
Active decay. It's okay to throw up.
He's about to blow!
Active decay.
He's about...
Active decay.
He's about...
Active decay.
He's about to blow!
There he still is.
Active decay. It's okay to throw up.
He's about to blow! Cop's gonna blow, Kuno!
The smell is repulsive. It pushes... You feel a great force ringing from your stomach. Until a pool of vomit lies up. The smell of Commodore Red rises from the pool. Among it, distilled spirit and bits of shish kebab.
It's okay. Happens to everyone. Keep it. The hangover is clearly making this worse for you. You could use some ammonia to clear your head. Sure you do. You just... Sure you do. You just threw up if you can handle the headache. Some officers use it to deal with. There's the fruit nearby. Maybe they have some in their apothecary. There's a greenhouse here, and a gardener with a wheelbarrow on the corner of the Whirling in Rags. If she works here, she might have something for the smell.
Acquiring ammonia will provide a modifier to the white check. Modifiers make checks easier and allow you to retry them.
Hey, so we've been monitoring you internally, and now we know your Copo type. Guess. Okay, just for the length of this short demonstration, please say something that isn't, I'm sorry. No, you're the sorry cop. The cop who's sorriest. Let's make it official then, shall we? No, you don't. Come on. You'll be back to saying sorry in 2 minutes. Stop wasting time and begin to repent. Of course you are. It's okay. See if you can get something out of this, like info. Or maybe every time you say that won't happen.
Fuck does Kuno care? Yeah, like a fucking boat.
You're lucky you didn't die there.
Yeah. Kunos, what are you? Like 80, right?
Perhaps you could compress this negative energy and turn it into some sort of a coonified non-vomiter. That's right. Turn your weaknesses into conceptual strengths. Try it again now.
The fuck about it? Probably climbed. You ate Kuno. Kuno wasn't even in Martinez. Kuno wasn't in Revachol. Kuno was, I don't know, some fuck Mesk or I don't know, some other place. Night City. Kuno was in.
There is no Night City anywhere. That sounds like the name of a city in some pulp science fiction novel.
Yeah, Kuno didn't smoke him if that's what you mean.
Thanks, Kuno. That's one name you can now cross off the list.
Probably climbed. You ate Kuno. Kuno wasn't even, I don't know, Mesk or.
There is no Night City anywhere. That sounds like the name of a city in.
Why you gotta be riding Kuno's app? You wanna know? It's not fucking late. Kuno.
Name?
That's the name of Kuno City, bitch. Get the fuck off Kuno's back.
It's impossible to deduce what it is about, at least for the moment. If it's important, it will come up later.
Just a couple of pigs sniffing around in the dirt.
Yeah, you tell the faggoty Kuno.
You're testing Kuno's patience, yeah?
Get lost.
Kuno doesn't.
Matrix of push buttons lists all the companies in the East.
Welcome to Revachol.
Don't you welcome to Revachol me. My grandfather came here from a trip. Every school of thought and government has failed in the city. It's men like you who keep up.
What he means is fixation on the Revacholian nation makes it harder for Revachol to actually attain self-determination. heavy grog make. The windows are clear. They've been recently washed. You can see the driver has adorned his spade. A large metal pendant hangs from the rear. It is a seal of Royalist era. The back end of the cabin has a small book with ragged edges. Catch it.
Racist nationalist paraphernalia.
A Stars Riker, one of the finest gypsy-made motor carriages ever. Not many people outside of Grad.
A Stash Raiko KK2.
That no. Only that the motor carriage is typically...
That's, well, they said it was a none.
Correction. 4,395.
Is that so, officer? Is that so, officer? I'll take you at people we are paid to protect. That's 4 years from the pubs where...
The prisons in the greater Revachol industrial...
I try to avoid drawing far-gone conclusions like these before actually examining. Yes, detective? You sure you're not James?
Yes. The woman still has her no response. Wherever this woman, no response. Wherever. is still caught on the rain. The wind is aggressive up here. The lieutenant looks at that machine is a Cavalsund 1020 HK. His eyes...
Yes. We were in the middle of something. Your clock.
The wind is aggressive up here. The lieutenant looks at the enormous... That machine...
Is it? But I digress. We were focusing on your cloak here.
As you leap in the air, a chilly breeze engulfs you, sharpening your senses.
roaring in your ears. You are ready for your run, ankles tingling from the tension. As the concrete floor welcomes you, you realize it's been a while since you felt so alive.
I knew you could do it. My climbing down might not have been as disco as your jump.
With your feet firmly planted on the concrete, the noise of the harbor rushes back. Second glance, someone has...
It's unfortunate for the union to just leave the paperwork lying on.
The drawer opens smoothly. Inside is hundreds of documents containing logistical data and the same materials being handed over. It's hard to make sense of this thicket of company names, dates, quantities, and percentages. You try to focus, but the lines are getting hundreds of documents containing and the same material. You already went through all of these. Hundreds of documents and the same material. You already went through all of these. Look how blurry all the hermeneutics was almost within your grasp. But now, only vague letters float before you.
Is that what you're doing with the right?
This is hundreds of documents and the same material. You already went through all of these. The drawer slides shut. An imposing combination of a punch clock and a payphone is looking down at you from the wall. A note on the side says, "Tokens unavailable due to strike. Use change." Several knobs, 2 buttons marked Marsh, Marsh, On, Addict, Off. With a loud grind, the crane shifts overhead, moving a massive metal container through the air. screams as the strike rages in the distance. The crane can rest again, now that its purpose has been fulfilled. Moving this container, of course. For this purpose it was built. For this purpose...
I can't see how that was worth the wreckers. Like your thing with that wall again? You do? There are a million containers here. Why are you fixating on this one? There may very well. We are not here to interact with container.
You attempt to turn the handle. To your left, the lieutenant no reply. The knob produces a hollow ring of metal. Doesn't sound like there's anything inside the container. You attempt to your left. The lieutenant considers your actions with some puzzlement. Why are you even trying to open a door?
Because what wasn't an option?
No reply. The knob produces a hollow ring. Before you is a walrus of a man, seated behind a large desk. He looks up from his work. Not with great effort, he straightens himself up in his...
Welcome, Mr. Dubois, Mr. Kitsuragi. It's good of you. I'm Evrard. I'd offer you my hand, but unfortunately my...
He looks extremely comfortable. The tiny folding...
You go ahead, detective.
Whatever he has in store for you, it can't be good, he thinks. I'll forget about that. What's with this Dubois stuff? You're getting some seriously bad vibes from that name.
Please, Mr. Dubois, let us converse in a civilized manner, as equals. Take a seat. I insist. Excellent, Mr. Dubois. I can see that you're a reasonable man, and reasonable men can be of great use to one another. So tell me, how can the head of the debarred...
The chair you're sitting on has got to be the most uncomfortable chair in the world. It's violating your backside.
By the way, I heard you got this. It should be sufficient.
Wow, that's 25 real. That's good money. You need it.
Don't mention it. But also, don't forget it. I'm just kidding.
He's not.
Now, I'd like to set your mind at ease about one other matter. Your lost gun.
His slug-like lips move, but all you hear is an echo. Lost gun. The world is swallowed by a black hole of fear. When he said, don't worry, he actually meant, be very worried.
I know everything, Harry. Right, it's not like you left it loaded. You didn't lose a loaded gun. Local children aren't...
It was loaded. There were 2 bullets in it. You always keep at least 2 barrels loaded.
will deal with this later. We don't need Mr. Clare's help with this.
I wouldn't be so sure about that.
Officer, we will deal with this later.
I wouldn't be so sure about that.
God, you're sweating. Your knee is jerking. You're about to cry, aren't you? You're about to cry because you lost your gun and those children are gonna shoot themselves with it. You want to cry?
Mr. Dubois.
Despair creeps into you. Getting fat on your weakness. You're still coming up with sentences. That's a step up from total annihilation, right? Nothing you can say would make cop gives up. Detective genre for social realism. Another police officer resigned from the RCM following a nervous breakdown. He now lives under a bridge, drinking and occasionally throwing excrement at passers-by, shouting, "I never loved that woman." When asked to comment, former colleagues objected to the theory that his psychological disintegration was precipitated by
is where I'm at. I'm not even sure the one bullet my chamber holds would even prick that hurt. Let's think of something else. You're welcome to Revash. Every school of thought and government has failed in this. It's men like you who keep Revash.
What he means is fixation on the Revasholian nation makes it harder for Revashol to actually attain self-determination.
Oh, come on. I know exactly, but you see.
Silence. Your partner needs backup. Now's your moment to shine.
You too?
The lieutenant.
Whatever you...
He smells of heavy motor oils. And his breath of...
Oh, not much anymore. I'm here to pick up some cargo, apples.
Apples is exactly the kind of thing you'd say if you had something to hide.
Look, there's detective. I come from a long line of lorrymen. We got ancient rights and privileges. To pick up a load of fucking apples, man.
Koiko may be another derogative for a person from Grad, you think?
Yeah, it's one of their main exports.
In fact, Yukokata is a desolate wasteland whose name literally translates to Zone of Ecological Catastrophe. It features no scenic vistas and supports virtually no plant or...
It means the people living in Grad.
Yeah, you know, Gradniks, Gradfolk, those degenerates from Grad. Hey, if the name and description fit by the very grace of nature, who am I to say otherwise? Did you miss the part where I said they aren't here yet?
Relax. You've got all you can get here. He probably doesn't even know what he's hauling, even if it is something
Oh yeah, they're a big deal. My great-grandfather was a carter. Sure fucking is. We have a guild and everything, huh? Very ancient. Very prestigious. Goddamn right. They've been trusting street thugs with their goods is going to fuck him right up the ass.
Barzian markings. The wind is aggressive up here. The lieutenant looks at that machine is a Kvalsund 1020H.
Yes, but I digress. We were focusing on your cloak here.
The wind is aggressive up here. The lieutenant looks at that machine is a Kvalsund 1020.
Is it? But I digress. We were focusing on your cloak here.
There are several footprints in the mud, left by work boots. Anywhere from 6 to 12 pairs have walked here. What do you think you are? A super detective? You're hungover. There he still is, looking right through you.
Activity K.
He's about to blow! Cop!
Activity K.
He's about to...
Activity K.
He's about...
Activity K.
He's about to blow! Cop's gonna blow, Kuno!
Activity K.
He's about to blow! Cop's...
Activity K.
He's about to blow! Cop's gonna blow, Kuno!
The smell is repulsive. It pushes in from your mouth. You feel it until it put the smell of Commodore Red.
It's okay. Happens. The hangover is clearly making this worse for you. You could use some ammonia. There is free. There's a green hot.
Acquiring ammonia will provide a modifier to the white check.
Hey, so we've been monitoring you Yes. Guess what's yours? Yes, sorry cop. The cop who's sorry. What? They'll be super fine. Of course you are. That won't happen.
Fuck does Kuno care? The fuck about it? Kuno's...
He's trying to hide the fact.
Kuno knows all kinds of shit. Kuno probably climbed. You ain't Kuno. I don't know. Mesco.
There is no Night City anywhere.
Why you gotta be right? You wanna know what?
Don't tell him that, Kuno!
It's not fucking like...
Name!
That's the name of Kuno City, bitch. Get the fuck off Kuno's back. This shit ain't...
It's impossible to deduce what it is about.
Kuno's...
He's trying to hide the fact that he doesn't know.
Kuno knows what you meant. Probably climbed. You ain't Kuno. I don't know. So Mesco...
There is no Night City anywhere. That sounds like the...
Kuno gives it...
Thanks, Kuno. That's one name you can now cross...
Just a couple...
Yeah, you tell the faggoty, Kuno!
Probably... You ain't Kuno. I don't know. Some Mesco...
There is no Night City anywhere.
Yeah. Kuno didn't smoke...
Thanks, Kuno. That's one name you can now cross off.
You're testing...
Get lost!
Yeah.
You're lucky you didn't die there!
Oh, what? You fucking vomit on Kuno toothpick? Yeah.
You're lucky you didn't...
Yeah. Kuno's got some advice for you. What are you? Like 80, right? Maybe you should stop embarrassing...
Perhaps you could compress this negative energy and turn it into some sort of a Kuno-fied non-vomiter. That's right. Turn your weaknesses into conceptual strengths. Try it again, Ned.
You found Kuno's secret door to Kuno's secret shop. Shit, get the fuck out of...
You can't do that, Kuno.
Pigs can't... How did you like it in there, pig old boy? Kuno's got a lot of cool shit there, right? Oh, that? Kuno decapitates pigs. That's just a Kuno demo tape.
What?
What is this shit?
Fuck your shit back to normal. What?
Well played. No one saw that coming.
That's where Kuno...
Bet you'd like to ride the lightning.
It's a vitamin?
You could use some.
Yeah, it's the...
Don't teach him, Kuno.
You're not getting...
Fuck you, pig. Don't do mad. You're gonna OD and you're gonna...
Is it? You got pretty fucked. Kuno's surprised you don't sweat it, drunk pig.
He's saying you climbed up there. Yeah, that conclusively explains how the coat got up there.
Of course you fucking can. Kuno knows.
That's all there is to it then. Don't be a pansy. Just...
Is it? You got pretty fucked. Kuno's surprised you've still got your head after all that. Don't sweat it, drunk pig.
He's saying you climbed up there. He probably saw you do it. Yeah, that conclusively explains...
Is it? You got pretty whatever, piggy. Good call, Pigmeister. Don't come and talk to Kuno about him. Kuno doesn't...
Is it? But I digress. We were focusing on your cloak here.
The wind is aggressive up here. The lieutenant looks at the enormous... That machine is a caval...
Is it? But I digress. We were focusing on your cloak here.
As you leap in the air, as the concrete floor welcomes...
I knew you could do it.
With your feet firmly... This is the night watchman's booth. The name on the door reads, listen, it's okay to take a few minutes to yourself. Sit down and have a breather. The chair is not as austere as the rest of the booth. A thin grey pillow is attached to the seat. Secured to the stiles by black, the drawers are empty, save for old timesheets and receipts. One small box, however, does hold some cheap painkillers.
I'm not here to tell you what to do, detective.
You take the painkillers. They are yours now. Oh boy, where to start? Elevated risk of dementia. Don't think about that. Quick. Think about something else. The enormity of the case before you. You stand and exit the booth.
If you must. But please hurry. We are pretty easy to spot up here.
Nothing incriminating catches your eye. The cabinets are clean and their sparse contents meticulously organized. It's a black and white photo of a young couple.
Why did you take that picture of René?
Marsh. With a loud grind, the crane shifts overhead, moving a massive metal container through the air. The harbor sleeps as the strike rages in the distance. The crane can rest again, now that its purpose has been fulfilled. Moving this container, of course. For this,
I can't see how that was worth it.
The crane does not return to its original position. Before you stands a cargo container, just one of many.
Is this like your thing, what you do? There are 1 million containers here. Why are you fixating on this one? We're not here to interact with containers.
You attempt to your left. The lieutenant considers your actions with some puzzlement. You attempt to turn the handle, to no avail. To your left, the lieutenant. The lyrics to this container song, the accent is so thick, it's
Container, container, used to be Wild Pines. Container, container, now belongs to Everard, Everard, Everard. I see you are not a union man, mister. Did you get lost? You're not one of them scabs, are you? I mean, I don't personally mind. Folks is just folks, you know. Just some of the other guys don't look too kindly on the scabbing kind, if you know what I mean, mister. Oh, that one. That should be empty as far as I know. Lots of content.
Told you.
Oh, most of the guys are down at the gates. We're on a strike.
So no one?
Not Eric, but Titus and his boys got into some drunken trouble and Everard sent them on a nice vacation for a week or so. Like what, mister? Yes, everybody, unlike Mr. Actually, Miss...
Who is this, Miss...
A real pretty lady with a skin like... But I can't listen to the radio all the time. There's so much to do around here, and I'm always busy keeping things running here. Yes, I am. Yes, I am. Oh, Lizzie, she is a real sharp too. Mr. Everard put her through some fancy school and everything.
He respects that word.
But she's a real nice girl. Grew up in this here neighbourhood. If me missus and me was to have a child, I'd Dr. Lemaitre said so. And she...
So Everard trained a lawyer named Miss Beaufort. Interesting.
Oh, Lizzie, she is a real sharp too. Mr. Everard put her through some fancy school.
He respects that.
But she's a if me Miss Doctor.
So Everard trained a lawyer named Miss Beaufort.
Yes, this place really seems to...
Well, thanks. So sometimes I feel some of the guys don't really get how much I bust my ass for them here. But you guys are all right. Oh, I'm just making some covers for them containers here. Yes, I am. Yes, I am. so it's easier for the crane operators to spot them. Sure, mister. About what? Oh, you want Mr. Everett then? He's an awful... Guys like Mr. Everett and Mr. Edgar, his brother, are real good... Oh, Mr. Everett is where he always is. In his office, of course. Oh, yes. Born and raised in Irish, people say...
Thank you for clarifying that, sir.
Oh, I'm just making some covers for them containers here. Yes, I am. Yes, I am. So it's easier for... Sure, mister. About what? Bye-bye now.
is a walrus. With great effort, he straightens himself up in his chair, yet says,
"Welcome, Mr. I'd offer you my hand, but unfortunately..."
He looks
You go ahead, detective.
Whatever, forget about that. What's with this Dubois?
Please, Mr. Dubois, let us converse in a civil...
It's nothing. Yes, that's probably right. It's nothing. Forget about it. Phil?
Excellent, Mr. Dubois. I can see that you are reasonable, so tell me, how can the head of the debarred...
The chair you're sitting on has got to be the most uncomfortable chair in the world. It's violating...
by the way, I heard you got a rather rude reception. This should take care. It should be sufficient.
Wow, that's 25 real. That's good money. You need it.
Yes, I know, Lawrence. He's...
With a grin, he points to the check again. It's like you're on a game show. At least don't thank him for it.
Okay. I respect a man with principle. Now, I'd like to set your mind at ease.
His slug-like lips move, but the world is swallowed by when he said, "Don't worry." He actually meant, be very...
Are you all right, Harry? It's not like you left it loaded.
It was loaded. There were two...
Officer, we will...
I wouldn't be so...
Officer.
I wouldn't be so sure about that.
Good. You're...
Mr. Dubois, you don't look so...
What is this?
Mr. Dubois! Mr. Dubois! Harry! Mr. Dubois!
Maybe you could use your hands somehow, in a kind of throwing motion, like you're throwing that Mr. Dubois act right back at him.
What an odd demonstration of...
Okay, enough.
Quick, here's your window. Get yourself together and ask him questions. Police officer questions.
Very nice. I haven't gotten around to her. One thing I want to make very clear, yes, we're all trying to do what's best for Martinez. Don't feel like you shouldn't work with her just because you and I are such good friends. I'm not a jealous guy. What do you mean, Harry? Nothing. I let him go. He's an old man, Harry. I wanted him to spend more... Harry! Honestly, I'm beginning to think you're a midget, Harry. Vanished? Harry, oh, did I leave...
Wait, there was no mention of a casserole from Joyce.
Harry...
This particular brand of humor he has, it makes for a fine distraction.
Yes. Low...
His expression makes it clear. This is childish and irresponsible.
If she actually wants to see me, she will find a way. Any good negotiator would. And I just don't have anything to discuss with her. Of course, Harry, I have no interest in what she is. Tell her about all of it.
It is rather interesting to tell people things about each other, isn't it? It would...
Harry, honestly, I'm just relieved you didn't get a hernia. A man your age... Things do always turn real Anyway, I assure you, I am a very well-informed man. Information reaches me before... Oh, of course! I mean, it's no secret that the lynching is connected to the strike. So much to talk about. Honestly, it's been weighing on me so heavily. I understand you need to interview me. That's been keeping me up at night. I want to talk about that.
Yes, that sounds good.
But I can't think straight with this thing weighing on me. You're police officers, aren't you? I have a crazy idea. You guys are basically door-opening machines, incredibly talented at opening doors. Oh, you're being too modest, my friend. But don't worry, this and not...
An excellent opportunity presents itself, sire. You could win the trust of the arch-liar, pretend to play into his hand. Then, should you wish, bend his efforts towards your own. My friend. Just let me know when it's done and you can get the key from Manana. He's down by the gates. Manana's like a free agent in the Union. Special operations. Hardened socialist. A real free thinker too. He'll tell you precisely where the door is. One last thing, Harry. Just open the door. You don't need to go in or anything. I just want that weasel to come home and see the unlocked door. My dear Harry, there are literally millions of containers in this harbour. I couldn't possibly remember what's in all of them. Harry, you smooth-talking son of a bitch. Time is a precious resource, and I don't have enough of it. Smooth-talking?
Of course. Let us dispatch. My God, so it's true.
I think the odds of that are...
It might be a good idea to hide your confusion. I mean, see what his game is first.
There's nothing to be ashamed. I'm sure you had some concerns.
It's just a brown folder. You can't make out what's written on it.
Are you trying to tell me you've gotten a hold of some of our documents?
Mr. Kitsuragi, would you mind? Me and Harry are talking up...
Don't just jump to the folder. That's not smart. Shows you're on the edge. Do some probing first. As As you look at the folder, Everard covers it with his hand and pets it. Is he trying to hide that it's not a real RCM folder? It certainly doesn't have the RCM stamp on it.
Okay, Harry, you got me. This is from the Census Bureau, not the RCM. Those Census Bureau people are absolutely corrupt.
He got the name from the Census Bureau.
Yes, Mr. Kitsuragi from the Census Bureau. Like I said, now I'm actually a very busy man.
That means he doesn't really know anything about you. A pity. The mystery of you will have to remain a mystery for the time being.
Yes, that's what I said. Try to keep up, okay? Let's move on. Wait, you need this to get in and out through the gate. Here, you're one of us now, a real red and white union man.
back to talk with old Leo here. Yes, I did. It's like lady, no trouble at all, mister. No trouble at all. It's like that old saying goes, wisdom withers if not shared. And old...
lessened since you were last here. If anything, it seems no reply. The knock produces a hollow ring of metal. Doesn't sound no reply. The knock produces a hollow no reply. The knock produces a hollow ring of metal. Doesn't sound like. Crane does not return to its close reach of metal when you... The night watchman's combination of a punch clock and a payphone is looking down at you from the wall. A note on the side says, tokens unavailable due to strike. Use change.
Descent has only worsened since I last saw you. You have really let yourself go. Oh, don't be vulgar. White or not has got little to... Mr. Clare is a man of vision and means.
He looks toward the...
I think this...
That will be there.
That is...
These cops are just jealous, Sean.
Welcome. He must... The drawings are precise and look true to their pseudo-scientific ambitions. One thing, however, it is not...
These are...
Your earlobe.
Yes.
That atavist...
Babe, thanks. But
machine swallows your coin. Your fingers run over the dial pad. 005. That's the dialing code for Rivershaw. 4952. And a moment of hesitation before entering the final numbers. 993. Still calling.
Video Revershaw, 24-hour video rental. You rent 8 and 10 millimeter film for home use. This is Lummy. How may I help you?
The voice of a youngster on the other end sounds as enthusiastic.
Video Revershaw is a 24-hour video rental. You rent 8 and 10 millimeter film for home use. This is Lummy. Maybe you called to extend your rental period? Do you need to extend your rental period? Let me fire up the machine. Dubois, here we are. You haven't rented anything in 5 years, but you still have a copy of Blue Ocean Hell from November 46. Whoa, not a fun film, that one. It's not an easy watch. After the death of his daughter and subsequent divorce, Siem's immigrant Gigius, no wonder no one's been missing it. Still, it would be great if you could return it to us. We're on the corner of Voyager and Moon.
The call is terminated by the other.
So, how'd you like our house?
You've been in there, he means. Talked to the boss man too, probably.
It's but a rest area on the path leading across. Right. You talk to the boss, eye to eye, like men of the plane. If you have any more questions, I'm set to talk. A key, huh? What door is this key supposed to open? Of course, I got you. You don't know anything. I got that key right here. And let me tell you, it's mighty good of you to help us out during the strike. Working class solidarity, as they say. I knew this man was a commie. And it's a good thing you're doing too. What you're looking for is a basement door behind the greenhouse. That's behind the whirling and rides. That's all I know. Our organization is what you call compartmentalized. Means we keep out of each other's business.
Okay, but where did you get the key from?
The janitor gave it to me. Nice fella. We talked about life, none of this mess with him. This jiving and juggling. What's it for? To feed our children, I guess. I'm more of a philosophical dock worker, see. I like to talk about the big picture stuff. Who I am, who you are, what we are fighting.
He means he's not going to tell you, cause he doesn't know. But he will shoot his mouth off with you now that you're working for Everard.
We're negotiating our share. Aye. All of it.
This seditious talk sounds like communism. Just so we're on the same page, communism is basically wanting to kill the rich people.
I think it's best you make up your own mind now that you've met him. In my eyes, he is a capable organizer and a decent businessman. I guess you kind of get to be the village chief.
By that, you mean?
By heavens, why would he not be corrupt? The old man is corrupt for our benefit, and we know it. Appreciate it even. He is, personally, not too lavish. He is reasonably lavish, sure. That's his. Besides, there are no non-corrupt.
This man has political theory, and it has not.
Sure thing.
This was great. You feel mentally real.
The mercenary, eh? Who could have killed him? That's indeed the question. Why even do such a thing?
The man whispers a jaunty tune, a coastal. This might do the trick.
Let's talk about our right to work. What's it to you? Big mess.
Every once in a while, it's like you can see.
We're all workers, right? Workers stick together. Came from the eminent domain. Worked at territorial. Ring a bell? We're done here. I have a strike to break.
A lorry stuck in the windows are clear. They've been recently washed. You can see a lorry man's cabin with personal belongings, stickers. The driver has adorned his face. A large metal pendant hangs from the rear view. The driver, a large metal. It is a seal of Royalist era reversion. The back end of the cabin has a book with ragged edges.
Racist nationalist paraphernalia. Not unusual. Likely, yes. This guy's proud of who he is. Drapes it all over his machine.
A Stars Riker, one of the finest gypsy-made motor carriages ever. An oldie, but not many people outside of Grad and Revachol West too.
A Stage Riker KK2. That's a classic model. Never thought I'd see another.
No, only that the motor carriage is typically baby blue. The colors of Sigismund the Great, an ancient gypsy ruler.
That's, well, yeah, they said it was an honor.
Correction. 4,395. The fourth largest public protest of a criminal trial in Revachol.
For murder in Reunion. The perps were remorseful. They're sorry, not 80.
The prisons in the greater Revachol.
Is that so, officer? I'll take you at your word. I try to avoid drawing far-gone conclusions like this before actually examining the body. But yes, detective? You sure you're not James?
Yes, you're sure you're not. Or if you are,
looking for something? It's about not the most popular topic nowadays. I'm not the only one. People who've studied these things have said so. Lately, we have the problem.
Cultural victory. What is this then?
It's what the keeps of boogie. It's true. Also, you need to realize the dangers of mixing races. Who knows what might happen if people don't stay in their birthplace? Don't push your luck.
It's clear you like the hard stuff, Brota. Evening falls. The vows are blurred and lower intestine. Fascism, Brota. Many things, but it's mostly about trusting your gut. Who does your gut tell you is the source of Rivershore's problems? Quit stalling, Bruta. We're talking about the weakest, worst, most insane thing. The weak, yes, them. Women. That's what fascism boils down to. The rest is also important. Many things, but it's mostly about trust. Yes, women. That's what fascism was. You're going to keep your views, right? Keep your views, Brota. For the nation. Smart. Best not to mention the women too often.
Hello again, officer. How are things? Sure, I'm done with it. Go easy on that stuff. It gave me a terrible headache.
The worn and beaten wooden plank.
You can revisit the bench if you ever.
officers. Have you come to admire my mural? Ooh, not only have you found my address, you've just...
She does have eyes that seem to be smeared with coal.
Yes, I keep hoping. Does anyone in a city like this, it doesn't have to do anything at all.
The inspiration will come to her once had.
Shoot, Piggy. It's what you do, isn't it?
Ruination has come. The broken arches betray the once grand history of a great force from the northeast fired. The tenement acted as a defensive wall against the worst of the shelling until it was destroyed, and they had enough. The waves of the Martinez inlet broke what didn't fall. Those arches acted only 3 stories stand with 9 to 12 walk. A fleet. They massed. Many are still there to coalition warship Archer.
The coalition. But that was a long time ago. I think we should move on.
Do I have to open the door? Do you?
Let's go. It's generally easier to do. This door has been closed with a padlock. A chalk-drawn number on the board says, number 11. No reply. No reply. This door is made of no one answers.
We should return tomorrow. This must be it. The basement door is weather-worn. The copper nails holding the upholstery in place have turned green from sea air. You try to be as silent as you can. Finally, the door unlocks. There might be important information in the apartment.
shelf. Each one depicts a human figure. A dark-skinned woman grinning amidst mysterious symbols. A little ring, though cheerful. The images on there's something disdainful in the way the curves and lines of the bodies work. It looks like the artist is celebrating diversity, but underneath he's just making fun of these people. No one's telling you to like. The lieutenant picks up one of the mugs.
I'm beginning to feel better about breaking into this.
This is the flag of Revachol, the suzerainty. This isn't just one sun, but there are little suns dancing around. It's an optical, atmospheric anomaly the first settlers saw. Happens in cold weather.
The tenant isn't...
By old-fashioned, he means very right-wing. The flag doesn't seem to mind.
Hello again, officer. How are things?
can I help you? Yeah, the janitor who gave me the key to his apartment said the guy's a bit of an asshole. Like I said before, I don't know much about this weasel, but the bossman said he's a real piece of work. Thanks for helping out, friend. The mercenary, eh?
The man whispers a jaunty tune. A coastal breeze ruffles.
Mr. Dubois, a pleasure as always. You don't have to sit down this time, since you've already sat on that chair. I'm very glad to hear that, Harry. One question. You didn't actually happen to stumble in and see what's inside the apartment, did you?
He's trying to figure out if you're lying.
Antiquated mug collection. What a weasel. Pissing on Everart's rainbow.
He was testing you, and you succeeded.
Now let's get down to brass tacks. It's time for men like me and you to figure out who's killed who and why. Real police work is gonna start happening now. I promise you, Harry, this is gonna be good. The dead man was working for. The bad guys. Wild Pines. Sent to scare us. Another violent measure of the top hats against us flatcaps. Harry, this strike is the culmination of many, many mistakes made by the Wild Pines group.
You mean our victim?
A security contractor? Can you imagine that? Workers standing in peaceful protest, united in the spirit of fellowship.
He performs a motion as if spraying bullets from a machine gun.
I'm talking beasts, hardened killers from proxy wars in Yesut, Semenine, Saramaritsa. Everything they did there, they brought over here. They want to turn Revachol into a third world slum. Honestly, the only thing they didn't do is kill the village elephant. Now, I haven't personally witnessed the brutalities out there. I have the luxury of staying in my container, you see. If I need to go somewhere, they just move my container. About my fun container, it's a hoot, Harry. Who knows? Maybe you'll be in here the next time, maybe. But enough about me and my container. The killers the company hired, I think there were 3 of them, all hardened commando types. One of them got downright suicidal, getting drunk, violent, a little rapey. Even their own negotiator couldn't control him. That's your boy, the one who likes hanging out and trees.
By negotiator, you mean Joyce?
Harry, what you need to realize is, we dock workers are not pushovers. We got grit, Harry. This whole neighborhood does. Push us hard enough and we push back. And when we do, we push to kill. There's a militant wing inside the Union. A group of people whose duties don't involve manual labor, but peacekeeping and...
That sounds a bit like organized crime.
They're like you guys. Idealistic people who want to make sure bad things don't happen. And if they already have, well, punishment.
Again, that sounds like organized crime.
So these idealists killed our...
One day Titus Hardy, leader of this peacekeeping faction, comes up to me and says, "Boss, socialist democratic fervor drove us to take it upon ourselves." He probably worded it differently, but that was the idea. Sure sounded to me like they killed him. I gave them 2 weeks paid leave and told them...
Aren't you worried we might arrest them for this?
Oh, I'm not at all worried about that. These are not the kind of men who get arrested. They're Martinez boys, tough and gritty. I'd like to see the man who takes them in.
He places a lot of faith in that lawyer girl. Perhaps this is a tactical error. Anyway.
How do I know? Let me tell you about these people. That's their MO. Last winter, some poor workers in Terminal E went on a... These guys turn up and start beating people.
So you believe the scabs were organized by this...
You said it. Hell, one of those guys looks big enough to take down that proverbial elephant.
That does sound quite unlikely. Yes. The big guy leading the scabs at the gate is colossal.
Oh, Liz is a bright one. I paid for that law degree myself, thinking it will probably turn her all fancy. But hell, Harry, she came back a firebrand socialist. Sometimes she scares me with her zeal. Why? Believe me, he's not a killer. He's a nobody. Just a basement variety armchair fascist who comes up with me.
What if one of those complex theories is right?
What if it did? What if he took a whack in the dark? Started telling people the strike is... What if he planned to write a hack piece to the local newspaper regarding these crazy theories he had developed? Just to stir up trouble. Wouldn't that be annoying? Journalism, Harry. I love it. You love it. And you know why? Because now, please, let's get back to the good stuff. The police stuff, Harry. I just see myself as one of you guys. Think of me as a sergeant or something. Let's crack this, Harry. How do I know? Let me tell you about these people. That last win, these guys...
So
You said it.
That does sound quite unlikely. Yes. The big guy leading the...
Oh, they are simply fine young men. All 7 of them. Exemplary union men. Old Theo used to run them, but things really kicked into gear when time...
Interesting. Who's sick?
They're almost all of them great guys, born leaders. Whatever work with them. Hell, interview them. But don't fight them. They really are just like you. Men who like beer, women, and some order on the streets. You know what, Harry? I got a feeling they're going to show up in full force tomorrow.
The lieutenant marks something in his notebook.
But of course, it's the least I can do for my good friend Harry. I'll do it right after we've concluded this talk.
When you meet this Titus, tell him about this. See what he has to say.
Also, Harry, here's 5 real. I'm not giving you anything. I'm just holding out 5 real. Oh, I wasn't offering it to you, just holding it out there. But I'm willing to share information. Was there anything else? Was it a good talk? I'm not sure we made much headway here. I was hoping we'd bust the case wide open. Heck, I even wanted to tell you what I really want to achieve with the strike. I don't know what happened, Harry. I wanted you to feel like Mr. Martinez. And of course, I also wanted you to find your gun. But it's like I can't completely trust you. Yes, Harry, it's like I can't fully trust you if you're not a man of the left. I want...
A man of the left? So you have to be a social democrat?
What does your heart tell you about your lost gun, Harry? Does it tell you to forget about it? Or do you think it wants to be found?
And what would this entail?
Once again, I require nothing unethical or illegal of you. You just need to get 2 little signatures on this piece of paper, and then mail it to my accountant in La Delta.
It depends. I don't think what we just got from Mr. Clare was very useful.
As I said, it weighs on me heavily. But once we get really talking, well, I'm going to hand you the keys to Martinez, and maybe even help you figure out who's behind this killing.
He's saying as little as possible, as vaguely as he can, deliberately omitting things.
I'm glad you asked, Harry. The Union is going to build a modern youth centre in Martinez. It will be there's a nameless little street on the coast with some old houses around it. On the coast, Harry, across the canal. There's a cul-de-sac there, a little village they're calling it. A gloomy place. You'll find it. I trust your detective skills, Harry. They are just going to have to deal with the construction noise for 6 months, and then they'll be living like...
Is he absolutely sure the tenants won't be thrown out in the street?
Am I? Harry, these people, Martinez is the most important thing in my life. We're going to build a youth centre there. The value of their properties goes up, and kids have a place to play in. I'm looking out. You bring joy to my heart, Harry. Such a pleasure to be working with. You need to get signatures from Isabel Sadie and Lillian Carter. The cul-de-sac is right past the pawn shop and across the canal. I hear there is some trouble with the water law, but they should fix it by Wednesday morning. Mail this to 13022 La Rocca in La Delta. Then we can talk about your gun. See Roger.
Excuse me? You have a distinctive way of walking. If I were to walk in front of you, we would surely collide.
A moment passes. The lieutenant. sight of bullet holes stirs something in you, making you forget the lieutenant's surname.
Where?
We're still waiting for a replacement for the bull you sent sinking. Yes, the Debardeurs Union pays me to stand vigil during the nights. Not out of any political allegiance. I'm an old man. Don't sleep more than a few hours every night anyway, and money is tight. working that night. Been on a 2-week leave since last Monday. No one. The boss has been on run since last Monday.
No one has been guarding the container.
Yes.
Look, officers, the container yard doesn't actually need a guardsman. Never had one before René. Monsieur Claire had that booth built.
The possibility.
Evrard created this job for René because he knows the Royal Carabiniers' pension of honor and PTSD isn't something a man can live off. A decorated kingsman collecting dirt reflects bad on the whole neighborhood. His words. Oh, I didn't mean to imply there's some...
Yes. Can we conclude the topic of my guardians now? She is nobody. This is none of your concern, and I refuse to discuss.
The lady is Jeanne-Marie Beaulieu, and she sure as hell wasn't a nobody.
Yes. Like I said, it would be up anyway. So, yes. The terrain here provides an interesting variety to a familiar game. Yes. It was left by heavy artillery fire. Why what? Because that's what happens when communards hijack your country, execute your supreme leadership, and turn your capital into a slaughterhouse. You use heavy ordnance to clean up your home. Sadly, no. It was the foreigners who brought them to them, should have fought dirty, like they did with their suicide sex cult propaganda and mad anarchist women strapped to shrapnel bombs. We didn't, so.
It was probably a bit more complicated than that.
This place is the damn beachhead, son. They had to soften the commissar first. Yes, the military coordinated amphibious landing to take back Revachol. Mountainous was used as one of the 3 footholds in Revachol during Operation Devlo in 08. The other 2 are off in Stella Maris and the Delta. This here is Blood Ground, where coalition goods first made landfall and cleaned those
Blood Ground. You got old René going there, like he isn't hungry enough already.
Damn right, son. They laid the fire of hell on the city. The rest of the city got cleaned up, but Martinez they keep as a monument. And now the Union Socialists are practically running it.
Well, it's your own damn fault. You, we, the coalition, Revachol, whoever you want to blame, never finished the job. Officially, the party never surrendered. Of course, they still hold influence.
You don't even begin to truly understand the players of the table, let alone the specific circumstances surrounding them.
Thinking men have opinions on these things. Present one.
I'm sorry it had to be them. After 8 years of fighting those hyenas, boiling cats for food and drinking piss in the mountains. I would have preferred if the Right Honorable King Guillaume returned to Revachol, or even if that damn clown Foussette instead. All that is just, holy, and beautiful in the world. was wiped away, and now it's neon signs with toothpaste that this is just what the commies wanted. This was the plan all along. This is what they wanted to replace the role of the suzerain with. Damn Frissel. He was a king we couldn't protect. The Carabineers failed him, and the crown. He died in the hands of the High.
He slouches as he says that. It makes him smaller, admitting they left the king to the mob.
A true king in both blood and mind led Revachol before Frissel. He would have been better, but the damn commies drove him into exile.
Some manner of self-deceit is present in his thinking. Sounds like this Guillaume abandoned him, and he doesn't want to admit it.
The suzerain is the king! Has everyone forgotten already? It's no use talking to you. You were still in Daddy's balls when it happened. When we took our last stand against the Fifth and rode the cavalry straight into gunfire.
Really outdone myself.
Yes, that's what you need, Gaston.
René, hello, officer. How might I be of assistance on this fine day? Oh, sweet Jenny. She was the finest woman in Horde.
Do not defile her memory, Gaston. Let her rest in peace.
We knew her. All right. Lived on the same street she was René's first girl back when the prick was 16. They were courting till he decided he'd rather die for some great ideal than just be happy.
And then you stole her from me.
Oh, officer. It already got ugly nearly.
You stole her from me.
Well, technically, you stole her from me. Because
we were just boys then. No point starting this all over again. For the thousandth and the first time. Especially when we have company. Officer.
She died of pneumonia 2 winters ago. It was quite René and I were both by her bedside when she
died. No use sugarcoating it.
What departed? Until the very end she couldn't decide between. She could never make up her mind about anything. What to have for breakfast. She was always leaving one of us for the other, but never long enough to actually get married. Heck, technically, we're both still engaged to her.
You always confused her. Couldn't let us be happy. So Justa with your fancy work.
He suddenly remembers you are still there.
Of course, officer. Memories are all we have left. I'm sorry, officer, but
the only one you have.
The sandwich looks like a culinary wonder. Well made and abundant in component. In addition to the obvious slice of ham, a fat one. You notice a brim of a tomato.
Oh, that's good. That's very good. You must have other business then?
Evening, officers.
A burly man hangs out by the waterlock, carving up a generous serving of salami with an old hunter's knife. His eyes are fixed on a man stranded on the other side of the waterlock and on an...
I wasn't here to witness it, but those look like tire tracks on that sign. Weird. Too bad it also takes a year and a day to repair anything. Well, there's the fishing village, an abandoned fish... Yeah, not really much else. Just bombed out.
A couple of indicator lights are missing from this control panel. Loose wires dangle from the now vacant poles. In the middle is a lever. Beneath it, a small metal plaque. This panel usually closes the waterlock, turning it into a bridge that lets you cross the canal. But there's a crashed salmon and butter sign in the way. Pulling the lever probably won't do anything. All the way up until the metal clicks against the contact. Nothing happens. Nothing happens. A cold gust. A spring brings the lever back to its original position. You still need to close the waterlock to get across the canal. Some other way. Wasn't there a sign there saying functionality will be restored on Wednesday morning? This panel usually closes the... There's a pile of cheap sunglasses.
You like sunglasses, officer? I've got the latest styles right here.
Abort. These are hideous. What's more, they don't even...
Damn, officer! You look like a mega secret spot.
It's going to be very difficult for anyone to take...
No, you are definitely not buying those.
Are you sure? But they look so good on you. You should think this through, officer.
You see two lowly, defeated speakers.
I can see you were tasteful.
There are clothes inside.
Don't be shy.
Save the economy. That sounds odd.
It's not often that I see officers from the up. What can I do for you? I haven't had any problems myself, though some of my
Who are your customers?
all kinds of people come through here. As you can see, I have a wide selection of goods for everyone to choose from. It keeps me entertained. Let me have a look. Anything else you're thinking of selling? Another time, perhaps.
Samaran butter soaks in the sign billboard has fallen on the waterlock, keeping it open and thus out of order. Whatever it is, go to milk and butter. The Samaran terrain, it's an acquired taste. Judging by the size of the impact and the parallel lines of burnt rubber, the cause was probably a motor vehicle. Side slip marks indicated that the vehicle was traveling up the crater at 35 kilometers an hour. The black marks on the roof indicate that the vehicle vaulted from the crater to the roof of the shack. The panel served as a takeoff ramp. The vehicle soared through the air, hitting the billboard and upsetting the post. The sign broke the vehicle's fall into the Samaran butter billboard still looks freshly painted within the past 72 hours. Still speeding, the vehicle made a loop and vanished into the fog along the coast. There are two good candidates, the Caprice 40 and the Linear G22. It's about the right size, and the tire marks look like they kept the Caprice 40 Very sturdy but light motor carriage. More linear. You'd have to follow the tracks to be sure. The lieutenant looks on, waiting for
Any theories about what happened here? What kind of car do you think it was? That's quite likely, from what I can tell. Oh. The traffic hooliganism? I hope not. Fortunately, we are not traffic cops. Should we get back to the murder? If we must.
The crumpled salmon and butter billboard still soaks in the canal, marked by tire tracks. The lieutenant looks on.
Yes? What do you want to know? Good.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out toolbox, and the soft glow of the fuel preheater cake. Stands in the middle of the traffic island, pointing toward the sea. It looks as if it's being reared even by the standards of the Philippian kings. Old sumptuous Philip was known for his profligacy. Well, he blew through the whole nation. His own maladministration foreshadowed the fall of the monarchy. During stories have it that he had his bedroom. He called it the Sol Aura. It was obscene. There were whispers he slept on a huge pile of gold-tipped feathers, like some obese dragon. But wait, you haven't even heard about his fabled cocaine addiction. You see, old Philippe wasn't just good at squandering the national treasury on gold and ceremonial weaponry. He was also a prodigious snorter of nose candy. That's what the revolutionaries said 150 years later. Right beneath the cold waters of the Insulindian Bay, thrown there by the original was blown apart by communards. Most historians think the coalition some years ago, a group of the statue is supposed to capture the moment it was blown apart. Like an instant, neither do people in Martinez. Those critics, Philip III, the squanderer, not that he ever did in life either. No response wherever this woman. Stuck in the trap. The windows are clear. They've been recently washed. You can see a lorryman's cabin with
Likely, yes. This guy's proud of who he is. Drapes it all over his machine.
The driver, a large man. It is the seal of Royalist era Revachol.
Tell me to fuck off again?
Feel free to...
What's that magazine she's reading?
I don't know. Frick? I think they think that
The story goes that normal Fritter with 2 T's.
Okay. I don't really know anything. I mean, I know it's there, but,
No need to worry.
Okay.
You see several the packages are small, discreet, sloppily stacked, making them... The tear machine stands in the corner. A sign says, 1 bottle equals 10. A colorful display of the bottles wink at you in the light. The smokes too glitter there, in that dark green glass, all in vain. The great flow, the beauty, the truth, the poetry of it all.
I'm obliged to inform you that both alcohol and cigarettes damage your health, but I guess you already know that.
A small cabinet on the wall is filled with their logo is the...
Just ask me if you need anything from St. Baptiste. We don't stock prescription meds, but we do have Nosafed, Duramine, magnesium, and Hypnogamma. I hope St. Baptiste makes you feel better or something. Okay, here. I hope St. Baptiste makes you feel better or something. I don't know. I don't really know what Hypnogamma is. I guess it makes you feel less shit. It's recommended to use after lots of Okay, here. I hope St. Baptiste makes you feel... Okay, here. I hope St. Baptiste makes you feel better or something.
Hello again, officer. How are things?
With it? Oh, that? Kuno decapitates pigs. That's just a Kuno demo tape. Yeah, Kuno plays on snuff radio. Oh, that? Kuno decapitates pigs.
What?
What is this shit? Fucking...
Fuck your shit back!
Well played. No one saw that coming.
Oh, that? Kuno decapitates pigs. That's just a Kuno demo tape. Yeah, to the both of you, it's a vitamin pig.
You could use some.
Yeah, it's the
Don't teach him, Kuno!
You're not getting...
Fuck you, pig! Don't do mad!
You're good call, Pigmeister. Don't come and talk to Kuno about his kingdom. Kuno does...
This trash container is locked. The sliding lid has a padlock that says, whirling in just a trash container, your fingers start to itch.
We could try using a pry bar. The one you took from my motor car. We might want to ask for a key from the manager of the whirling in rags.
Just a trash container, your fingers start to itch. Just looking at that. Your fingers start to itch. Just looking at that padlock. No matter how strong you think you are, this is really not something you should be just a trash can. Your fingers start to itch. There are several footprints in the mud, left by work boots. Anywhere from 6 to 12 pairs have walked here.
Noted.
Heavy worker's boots with reinforced. Isn't this something an industrial worker would? You see a set of tire tracks in the brown slush that covers the plaza mosaic. Hard to say. Your cop habit. You look at this isn't case related. Cop habit. This isn't case related. You think the tire tracks were left here by an unknown event that took place some days ago. It's a message written in the language of burnt rubber. wires stuck to the tiles right in front of the whirling in rags. This is point A. The driver started there. And then accelerated straight into the driver proceeded to back out of the yard, barely stopping before hitting the adjacent building before heading south. Must have been in a hurry.
This button looks new. It's probably not.
Hello again, my man. What's on your mind? Oh, high-grade narcotics.
Relax. He's merely joking.
Can't even get a few jokes past you, my man. I've got another haul of found cargo. They usually get shipped to Grodd in the Occident, though we've been making headway in the Il-Moran market lately. This rockin' beauty. Sure is. Like a rash you can't get rid of. You interested in heavy-duty cargo machinery?
A motor lorry, also called a camion, on Caillou and neighboring islands. This one looks roughed up enough to be some sort of found rust bucket. Maybe the A6.
Good eye, my man. Yup, she's an old one, but reliable. Me and her spent a long time together. We're pals and all, but I can't just freely hand out the merchandise. The bosses won't be happy. Not unless they've illegalized sports equipment while I was on the road.
The man taps his fingers rhythmically against his arm.
He ain't one of us drivers. I know that. All accounted for.
It's easy to see he's telling the truth. He's kept his nose out of the dark stuff. The man taps his fingers rhythmically against his arm.
Oh.
Relax. He's merely joking.
Ha! No, I'm joking, my man. They usually get shipped to Grodd in the Occident, though even not unless they've illegalized sports equipment while I was on the road. We're pals and all, but I can't just freely hand out.
The man taps his fingers rhythmically against his arm.
Oh.
Relax. He's merely.
Ha! No, they usually get shipped to Grodd in the Occident, though even making.
The man taps his fingers rhythmically against his arm.
It's like.
Going on strike would probably help you dodge a bullet or two.
Anything else? Us lorry drivers. Not my thing.
He tries his best to look nonchalant, but there's...
again, sweetie. Whatever do you mean? Sequence killers? Oh my.
A partner will need you to help him get a corpse down from a tree.
It seems to me that you lucked out with your partner. He has a...
That sugary black rum stain on the counter makes you teary-eyed with joy. It's almost touching how syrupy and sticky it is. How long have you been up already? Oh, excuse me. Do you... Smoking below. As you step in, he nods toward the table and says something in a completely foreign language. The only words you can make. Okay, it's definitely not his name. Whatever you do, please don't call him Garancy Quebec. Please, it's not funny. Puts his cup down and replies something, his left hand drawing arcs in the air.
Speak Revacholian. We speak Suren. There is no such thing as...
The cook is still smoking.
Good thing he didn't understand a word of your stupidity.
He smiles, and it's almost like music, especially with the sounds of a sword. You see a heavy steel door with a prominent dimple lock. It's painted blue. The door stands. Surface feels old cobalt paint, rough on the fingers. It leads to a side build. The door does not budge. The door does not. The door does not. The door does not.
Can I help you? Mine? No, it belongs to the Whirling and Rag.
Thank you for clearing the debt.
Why? To keep the hobos and drunks out. That...
I thought as much. And I...
Well, yes.
It seems a little callous, doesn't it? Something prod at him and find out.
What do you need them for?
It concerns the case. Please cooperate.
Just bring them back once you're done, please. What thing? Oh yes, that door, sure. There's nothing mysterious about it. It's just a door.
No, I don't have a key. I don't know how to get there. And I don't care either. Or some boring storage space with a bunch of old junk.
He's attempting to maintain an air of indifference. It's absolutely not convincing. He looks at the dust on his finger and wipes it off.
Yes, not the whole damn union, thank God. Just the... They come here and leave.
We should find out who this Lord faction is occupying the booth. Loudness means talkative, and we need info. We don't. We have to wait. They'll show up sooner or later. Men get hungry, even men on strike.
You glance at the clock on the wall behind the manager. Huh.
Good question.
They're probably getting drunk or protesting something somewhere. Or laying low after that. They probably fucking killed them.
I have a feeling we'll make their acquaintance sooner or later.
What?
By the way, you should come back to this thing-based questionnaire if you see anything interesting in the whirling later. His cooking utensils and gives you a little nod. Acknowledge. He looks up at you, then looks away quickly. Shrugging is an international sign for no, I don't know what's behind that door.
Speak Revacholian. We speak Suren. The
cook.
Good thing he didn't understand. Speak Revacholian. We speak Suren.
The cook is...
Good thing he didn't understand a word of yours.
He looks... Shrugging is an international... He smiles. It's almost like music. Especially with the sounds of assorted dishes. You see a heavy steel. The cobalt blue surface feels old cobalt paint. Rough on the fingers. It leads to us. The door does not.
This trash container is locked. The sliding with a well-oiled crack. The lock pops open. Don't. Maybe you shouldn't. The smell of rotten food rises to greet you. You see soggy cartons, dirty rags, and organic waste.
We're just in time. This hasn't been emptied for over a week.
You see milk and egg rest. You've done this before. The moot no. So a box falls into among the threadbare kitchen towel as the legs of the slime-covered jeans begin to
The victim's clothes? Cadaver odor is faint. Drop them in here. Guitar mark, blue jeans. Pockets. Empty. Or empty. He wore them with a belt, too. The belt is missing. That's it. Do you see anything else in there?
Something slimy catches your eye. A drab, long-sleeved shirt, olive-colored, appears from the food waste.
This is a military-type overgarment. No label or serial number. This is the kind of rib-knit shirt that's worn over.
The rest of the rags are just kitchen.
All right. We should go to Gart again and ask if he knows who put the clothes in the trash. It could be as simple as someone from the hostel cleaning the yard. Or that one. I'd advise against confronting that force. Not really. All we know is the victim's clothes are in the trash, the lid was locked, and this establishment had the key. It's just a small loose thread.
The fuck's he on about? Kids? You hear that, Kuno?
See?
The lieutenant nods. Then it's just organic waste. What's this? A blue piece of plastic sticks out from the apple peels. Something larger. A clipboard. A blue plastic clipboard with moist papers hanging from it. They look badly damaged, but you can still...
Officer, is that your paperwork? Yes, it is. Look. This plastic has the RCM street grid on it. You've even got an autopsy, if you don't mind my asking. How could you have let your paperwork end up in the trash? Well, lucky we found it. You should take stock of what remains, just to be sure some has not made it into the hands of the RCM's adversaries. Organized crime and the like. There might have been police secrets in your notes. It would also not hurt to start taking notes on the case. Now, tell me what your eagle eyes see. Or are we finished?
Some items, such as the ledger you found, are interactable. Go to your inventory and select the Interact tab to read your paperwork.
You pick out a broken mug with an oddly racist depiction of only in its social sensibility.
Interesting. Reminds me of the mug collection we saw in our weasels.
An interesting little clue.
Or it may just be a coincidence.
You've acquired an interactable item.
The container sounds a muffled gong.
That's one thing on the list. I think we got it all.
Fuck, does Kuno care? Yeah? The kingdom of Kuno? The fuck do you want with it? Yeah, Kuno doesn't know shit about that. That shit is beneath Kuno. Listen. Kuno doesn't care about this small-time shit. Just listen. Kuno saw what you did there. Kuno could hook you up with some sweet rags. Shit like Kuno's wearing. Your size, good price.
You'd have to be blind not to notice the giant white letters F-A-L-N running down his trouser leg.
Look, Kuno ain't seen shit lying around, except for that.
The lieutenant remains silent, but his expression couldn't say, "I told you so," any louder.
Look, Kuno ain't seen shit lying around.
The lieutenant
Whatever. Kuno was trying to help you, but you're too fat for falling anyway, pig. Look at that fucking shit! You're trying to get Kuno killed! Fuck does Kuno know? Kuno's...
The lieutenant takes equipment.
It's a trap, Kuno! Don't climb it, Kuno!
The fuck? A mug in the trash? Is this about the fucking clothes again? Yeah, Kuno sees where this is going. Kuno's got that fast...
I can't hear you, Kuno! Speak louder, Kuno!
Shit, that's tense. Someone's going to the beat-down basement, huh? Mug guy gonna get tied to the rail. Kuno doesn't know who put that shit in there.
Tell the Kuno who it was. He's curious. He likes putting 2 and 2.
Stop turning into a pig, Kuno! They're trying to get you hooked on the snitching!
Yeah? Get your bacon shit away. Kuno doesn't like to be seen with the popo. Get your shit done and out of Kuno's face. Yeah, whatever. Kuno doesn't give a shit. Yeah? The kingdom of Kuno. The fucking... Yeah, whatever. Kuno doesn't give a shit. Kuno doesn't...
There he still is, looking right through you.
Kuno, the pig's getting pretty close to me. Looks like it's time for me to go, Kuno. Pig's come to take me in. I'm going away for a long...
What's going on there? Fuck are you trying to pull, pig?
Stay away from me, pig! I'll die before I squeal, pig. You don't want to fuck with me. I got my hands...
You can still see the top of her hat from behind the fence.
I'll die before I squeal, pig. Murder was the case they gave me. I'll die before I squeal, pig. What's this kid shit?
Get the fuck out of here, face.
So it's a girl. Interesting.
I'll die before I squeal, pig. Stay away from me, pig. I'll die before I squeal, pig. I come from the woods, good David.
Don't be traumatizing here.
I'll die before I squeal, pig.
Can I help you? Thanks. I hope you found what you were looking for. How strange. I certainly didn't put them there. Sylvie had the keys before I got here, and I can vouch for her. I can vouch for all my staff. None of us would tamper with the crime scene. The trash collection service? CS Municipal. I don't see why they would put anything in the trash, though.
Ah, the elusive CS Municipal. I doubt we'll be able to track down who was sent here last and when. This will have to be one of those. Thank you anyway.
I think fugue states are more your forte, officer.
Another thing. Great. I love those. Yes.
You see, the heavy steel door, the door does not budge.
Hello again, sweetie. Yes, officer. You look rather dazed. Like a stunned fox. But, oh my. You know where we are. Right, that's right. And where is the Whirling in Rats cafeteria itself located? Yes, indeed. We are in the fine city of Revachol. Yes, and Revachol? How would I even begin to tell you? Revachol is the most beautiful city in the world. I haven't seen very many. Speaking of history, you know what year it is, yes? That's right, dear. How splendid. Here, take this pen. Knowledge.
Her relief is palpable. She was getting pretty worried about you there, but now she relaxes her shoulders.
I can tell that this is taxing for you, so I'll just ask one more question. What regime are we living under? What mode of government? Oh, sweetie, it's really not. There used to be people who thought that way. Other people who wanted those. Revachol is a zone of control led by an alliance of foreign powers called the Coalition.
But they still have cops.
Oh dear. And you were doing so well. There aren't any cops in Revachol, not in the traditional sense. The status of law. But we should stop for today, sweetie. You look like you need a break. Besides,
She's scared now. She's realized you really are brain damaged.
You were doing quite well up until the end there. It does look...
A sigh, Lieutenant.
But maybe a fresh set of eyes is what the world needs. While a defeat, I'm afraid. The people of this archipelago tried to build something new, something different. The rest of the world didn't like it, so they came and ended it. This was 42 years ago. It has something to do with everything. I really don't know how to explain it better. A defeat. Of course, sweetie, I really don't know how to explain. Someone more...
No, I'm not an encyclopedia.
Of course. Then I don't know. Someone rich, maybe? Wealthy people are educated. Though I don't know where you would find a wealthy person in Martinez.
That's a good point. This doesn't look like Rich Central. Hey, psst. Yes, you. Word on the street is you're ready to start building Yes, you're ready to start building communism again. You've built it before. So, what about all that communism you've promised to build? You keep saying things like, down with the bourgeoisie. Okay, not everyone can see that. So tell me, do you have any question? Very well. No objection. Anyone? There's no one. Okay then. Legend found in the trash. A pitiful cabbage of white and yellow papers hanging from plastic board, barely held together by a metal clip. This sad display is made complete. There's a piece of toilet paper, or is it clean tissue? No, it's toilet paper. It's a metaphor for you. Thank you, waterlogged ledger, for spelling it out for us. It's just toilet paper sticking to the back of the plastic clipboard. Still wet, the toilet paper peels off the plastic easily. All you have to do, an aluminium block runs the width of the board, biting down on the paperwork. Its crocodile teeth are the surface is interrupted by a silvery sticker. Looks like an official mark, made to be low visibility outside.
What? That thing. It's a halogen watermark. We use it for adding information to RCM property. It depends. Aside from an anti-counterfeiting stamp,
maybe yours will have how many
Any capable light with the right wavelength will do. All RCM vehicles have had light.
This means you can read the water.
Okay.
While a bunch of sodden papers sag from the clipboarding, they're not exactly white. They're yellowed in patches. By some, once in a while, there's a red stamp that exclaims, case files, work, strife, poverty, the general quarter. These are handwritten logs of investigations dating back. It's the middle of March. You have attempted to. What do you mean? Is that all? The notebook is annual. It's time?
2 complex cases to undertake is a lot, yes. You really have 2? That's a lot. I didn't mean it's okay. We all make mistakes.
Like a fan of girls, the checkered plate, yes. It appears you employ a, shall we say, a title. One might say even. One that draws, yes, all caps. Others appear more light-hearted. The guys on the couch, it's going to take an effort to piece the...
You mean the alphanumeric? Officer, precinct, time of arrival at the scene? Oh, you mean the titular? Yes, well, it's a holdover from the early days of the RCM, right after the revolution, when the organization had little idea how to do things. It persists in an unofficial... Again, in your defense, I seem to have named one, the man with the hole in his... I pray his loved ones never find out. Rail spike through the head. He died. It was...
There is, for precisely one more, once all the tasks are accomplished. The tasks you've completed flow out of the kind green ink pen in a brash freehand similar to the rest of the letters. The wording comes easily. Inspect the interview the cap is not exactly poetry, but poetry would be out of place. A satisfying slash, set things to be done and things all...
No, actually. Any ideas? Great, that's great. I'm going to start calling it the Hanged Man. It's good we sorted this out.
You don't exactly close them, so much as distance yourself from the smelly papers. They're a little further from your nose now. In the back, you see then rip them from the binder. 3. You don't have to be an intellectual giant to do police work. Penalization ranging from 20 to 2, but they appear. These are quite sinister in turn, all in a print, so a dozen pages of thin copy paper. But yes, all that remains now, the rest of the stinking cellulose is much worse. It's made of dark blue plastic, hard enough to beat someone to something rattles inside, ever so loud, and something's permeables. The plastic shivers like lapis lazuli. With your hands, you 4-sized pages hang from the clip screwed to the top of the board. Is not what you end up doing. You squeeze the plastic to slide. The ledger quivers in your hand. As it shakes, the pages rustle. Yes, you can piece them together using the alphanumeric code on the margin. It always begins with HDB 41. Then, date of initialization and time of arrival on this. Why, yes. Your every last alphanumeric in the files begins with Harry Dubois, HDB. This one is relatively easy to reconstruct. Overnight on 1202, cause of failure. Rent, the mural is enormous. True love, the people call it that. The graffito crew is easy to track down. Only the bell lectures have the literage of industrial paint. The case files do not show you finding. The crew agrees to clean up after the 9,000 people subjected to the mural's message. All of Lakeside, Central Jamrock, and Villa Lobos, plus half of the eminent domain, participate in the vote. Although the case begins with what appears to be a lot of rambling on the streets, as to a staggering 78% of voters choose to keep it. Turns out the opposition were a loud minority, and that love truly is possible in the next world for new people, and it is too late for us. Did anyone ask you what you believe in, man with the smelly toilet ledger? AKA, Leslie will always take his pants off when he's drunk. The only way for Leslie to stop flashing his genitals to butt, you would think that, but you're wrong. Where's the fun in exposing your genitals or breaking stuff? Can you keep yourself off the street, threatening fines, dragging them to the station, locking them up? It's plain to see from the files that you, Satellite Officer JV, and Special Consultant TH had more important cases to attend to. You uncover cross-reference to several ongoing investigations, each brought to a standstill every time. Good, you're learning. If the files are to be trusted, that's all there is to it. That and Bert breaking things, and the fact that they're both. He must have it confused with the property he likes to damn. In the process, the legend, he came at us, and that I can't get out of his apartment, an invalid. With Bert to tend, which is also why the officer is. It would be very interesting to read about that's all you got. From the half hour you spent piecing it to who knows, those pages, and one day you may still catch them. Some assholes brought their couch outside and hung out on it. In the middle of the street, on the roof, on the hillside by the motorway. You know, at an unexpected location. They were young, insufferable dicks. Young people are the worst. So anyway, they were leaving it out in all the cigarette butts, coffee cup. No. You didn't have time for that. Murder. Tum-tum-tum. At the hookah parlor. Was a case originally assigned to an officer called Joseph Mills, who is now dead. Joseph Mills was on this case that he just couldn't solve. Was Mills didn't get off the pot. Not yet. He he was off. Okay. So the case is handed to you because Mills isn't getting anywhere, and you look into it. Here's the setup. No. It's soot and water vapor. It doesn't do anything. Yeah. So anyway, young man, no one enters. Mills has no idea. Invisible assassin. See? You can't even read the thing without solving it. Yeah. It was that. Turns out hookah does do something. It turns off your brain's oxygen supply, and you don't notice it until you get up to go to the bathroom. Smoking hookah, didn't you hear? I don't know. Trying to come up with a movie script, not much has changed in the meanwhile. A bunch of sodden papers still sags from the clipboard. The acidic stench of rotten food, you know, like the bits they put into public piss bowls, probably called Fermi Discrete, or Axel, or something. At some point in its journey, if you knew it was dumped in the toilet before getting chucked into the trash, why are you sniffing it? Torturing your own nose for no reason is not conducive. Your nose is somewhere between. An aluminium block runs the width of the board. The surface it looks like an official.
What? That thing, it's a halogen watermark. We use it for adding information to RCM property. Any capable all RCM vehicle.
This means you can read the water.
It depends.
Maybe yours will have
okay.
While a bunch of sodden papers sat from the clipboard in your hand. It's a sorry sight. Just relax. The two sides of the board are slightly misaligned, like a drawer that's come off. The slides snap back into place. It should be possible to just, without resistance or sound, the two ticket stubs and a handmade postcard. Two octopuses are smiling, reaching their tentacles toward each other in the colored pencil drawings. The two octopuses are smiling, reaching their tentacles toward each other in the colored. Thin wax paper has been glued to a piece of cardboard. It smells of chewing gum, a touch of cinnamon. The familiar handwriting line, a young woman in her 20s. Harry, it begins. You're already reading. Your hand shakes, holding the card. Every morning when every step I take, it grows. Every step I take with kisses, kisses, kisses. You feel the air sucked out of your lungs, and the blood sparks fall like snow from. You feel the ledger slip from your hand. No, hold on. To what?
Detective, is everything...
There is nothing again. Well, almost nothing. That's me. Blue eyes, that's me. Who was what?
He speaks of the sickening longing, the unwell emotion, here in the paleo moment, because it's always there.
Tell him.
Ah, yes. In the old factory system, they call it the apricot chewing gum scented one.
Yeah, man. Fuck everything. Total blackout forever. Your name?
It certainly ain't. Your name is passed out on the ground, dragged around by one of the other evil apes.
You think they would let you?
Oh, but you are.
It's delicious. Glowing lights on a dashboard emerge out of nothingness. In the upholstered cabin of Lieutenant Kitsuragi's motor carriage, seated in the driver's basket, the air is thick with leatherworks and heavy fumes.
Drink. Water.
The water is cold, silvery, the stuff of life itself as it pours down your parched.
Drink. You haven't drunk water in 2 days. Did you know the human body is not made to survive on alcohol?
With greedy gulps, you down half a liter of cold water. Some of it spills.
What happened? You were reading your paperwork. Then you passed out. I carried you to my kinema to take you to 10 minutes, maybe. That does sometimes happen.
He replies with such understanding.
You dropped these. Are you okay to proceed? Good.
The Ledger of Failure and Hatred is a special item that can be used both as an interactable and a tool equipped in your help.
We should think about calling it a day, maybe. The nights are still miserably cold this time of year. You should take care of that then. Let's talk to him anyway. An officer of the RCM shouldn't be sleeping in the street. We'll figure it out.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers.
All right. Ready? I turn, you press start. It's next to the preheater.
The dashboard lights up with orange glow like a lemon, waiting for its yawning at the same time. The lights unfold with a little click.
There you go. I'll turn them off from the remote once you're done. We just need to stand in front of the machine now.
As you hold your ledger's clip under the headlamp, an iridescent hologram appears.
There she is. Rubbish.
Around the borders of the watermark are dozens. No, the rectangular watermark is overlaid with the logo of the RCM, and yet the major arteries of you catch a faint glimmer from a broken beer bottle.
Ah, Martinez at night. Let me see. Right here. No, it does not.
There are many of them, and they are divided into the first row has 18 dots. Not bad for what? You don't even know. The next is the long. You count 216 perforate. The last row, that's it.
Those are perforations. They represent your record as an officer of the Arch.
Alpha male officers.
The first row represents your years of service. 18 years. Okay, not bad at all. What did you do before you volunteered? Fair point. This next row, wow, more than 200. It's quite a lot. even for someone who's been on the force for nearly 2 decades. Usually, clearing more than 10 cases a year puts you in the 90th percentile of all RCM officers. Right. Those are your confirmed kills. You've got precisely 3 perforations there. For an RCM officer, especially Precinct 41, which is in the JAMA, there are certain officers but it seems as though you are, or at least were, one of the good ones. So we have that to be thankful for. Yes. Yes. Everyone has their own method of coping. Personally, I find it helps to keep up a few hobbies. Why not gardening? You've already got the yellow gloves. If you want to pour out the booze you've been carrying...
A dark pool of cheap wine appears at your feet. It shimmers in the lights of the Kanema.
Neither am I. Are we done here?
The lieutenant nods.
Right. I'll go turn off the lights.
You can now see your statistics on your journal.
Yes, have you got it? A lot for the room, drinks and broken window, 130 real. Does that arrangement include you paying me what we already agreed you owe me?
I understand your predicament as the manager. However, I feel I must remind you that we are here to conduct an important investigation.
Forgive me for saying this, but your colleague seems more committed to drinking. And I mean no offense. It's really nothing personal. I just have to protect the interests of this establishment. Good luck trying to use it.
Draconian measures.
All the locks have an electronic component. They have to be unlocked down here with a master key before your guest key. Not until you bring me the money.
Okay. I might have something in my motor carriage we can use when you're done here.
Oh, Lieutenant, we're done here.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio.
I have something here we could sell. Look in the back, in the suspect transport enclosure.
Transport enclosure? Regular people just call it the cage. The cage at the back of the motor carriage looks rather uncomfortable.
I confiscated this for a little while back. We can take them to the pawn shop down by the Martinez Canal. Let's not take them now. Then come back once we realize we have to.
Sounds likely. The cage at the back of the motor.
I confiscated this for a little while back. We can take them to the... A couple of weeks ago, I stopped a young man for going slower than the speed of traffic. Turns out he was some coalition official's son and high. I took them and arrested him for driving under the influence. I don't know. Is it? I was going to take them into evidence, but they weren't necessary for conviction. He never asked for them back. No, No, that would be silly. I don't know why I kept them. It doesn't matter.
The spinners shine so bright.
Yes, the bird's nest roy, near the canal. We've been there. If I'm not mistaken, it should be open late.
Items that can be pawned at Bird's Nest Roy's appear...
The lieutenant nods as you take the spinners.
Greetings on this fine night. What brings you here? The pawn shop is always open. I doubt it, but I can try and answer any questions you may have. I do my best to keep...
He doesn't know anything. The pawnbroker's gaze is already fixed on the dancing colors.
Yes, we'd like to sell these hubcaps.
Roy takes the hubcaps from the lieutenant and inspects them.
Yes, these are very, very good. Did you defraud some foreign prince for them? Jump a mask?
No one was defrauded or jumped, I assure you.
Of course, I meant no offense.
Thank you. Here's the 130 real you need for your bill. Do not waste it.
The rest is for him, to compensate for the pain of being...
Anything else you're thinking of selling? Another time, perhaps. Sure, let me have a look. Another time, perhaps. Someone else came here earlier today asking the same question. I promptly sold her the gun you pawned a couple days back.
This is a pawn shop. The lieutenant shifts from one foot to another. Alert.
Of course.
Yes, have you got it? Well? Great, thank you, officer. That's all I wanted. Payment for services rendered. If you continue to stay here, I just ask that you please pay your nightly bill in advance starting tomorrow. The electronic lock to your room has been disabled till 9 p.m. tomorrow. pay for each night in advance starting tomorrow. 20 real per night.
I'll take a room here too.
Of course. Always happy to have officers from the RCM as guests. Anything else I can do for you?
This is the door to the room. You read that.
Just a moment. We should talk about that.
The air outside is brisk. The lieutenant is silent for a moment. He listens to the traffic hum. Then,
now then, we should talk about the investigation. But I also feel you're a bit hazy on the RCM. Our role here, our rights, our jurisdiction, basically. Well, you were so hungover that you couldn't keep it down when we approached. And there's still much to do at the crime scene too. We didn't search it thoroughly enough. We're both doing our best under the circumstances. Just don't drink too much. We conducted an interview. He wasn't particularly full.
he's not saying much on the matter because he thinks you could have gotten more out of Everard.
Claire also helped you, how should I say, remember your name? That's a relief. Moving on. We talked to Joyce Messi, but didn't get any information from her.
If Kim is emphasizing something,
above all, today was exhausting. What's with all the running? You run a lot. Is that a stand-up prison 41 practice? Alright, and forgive me, this has been bothering me since this morning. How have you managed to run around all day wearing only one shoe? Well, there seems to be a shoe that is a match to the one you're wearing further down the balcony.
He's right. There it is, green and shiny.
Imagine how much faster you could run wearing a cool patent leather shoe on each foot. Yeah, it's getting very cold now. Let's go.
There they both are. Two identical shoes, like two baby crocodiles. It's pretty clear, ain't good, they're balanced. The fan stands still. The switch must be broken because nothing happens. The switch must be broken. The lights are on. The bed is cold and not particularly inviting, but it's yours. The sheet. A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. In it, your face, adorned with the expression. Like the rest of you, it comes from a bad place somewhere in the past. That's all you know for now. Your hands, however skillful, can't, it's too late. Like an image on the bed is cold and not. The sheets feel at once coarse and clammy against your skin. The bed sags beneath your weight as you stretch out and finally close your eyes. And then sleep. And then sleep doesn't come. Obviously, you're in bed with your eyes closed. Maybe it's the bed's fault. It's a little better. Colors, scenes, and half-formed phrases. Still, your breathing steadies. A great silence washes over you until your eye